Perhaps we need some outside universal threat to make us recognize this common bound. I occasionally think how quickly our differences worldwide would vanish if we were facing an alien threat from outside this world.
Friday night here on the West Coast. So good to have you all with us. Another power show regarding UFOs and ETs tonight. We had to make a shift because of this breaking news coming out of the Pentagon regarding the experiencers and what they're going through. We got Michael W. Hall, experiencer Eric Mitchell, and experiencer, author, researcher Nicole Sakach tonight. And we're going to run with this. We will reschedule Nick Valente and D.A. Roberts here very, very soon to talk again about Dogman. But first, let's do roll call. Nightmare takes home the gold medal. Race Fan with another silver. And the gorgeous Liliopatra with a bronze medal tonight. Hi, Stunning Cosmic Fleur. And B, nice to see you. So we continue on with Roll Call. Nightmare, thank you so much for kicking off the Super Chat tonight. The Super Chat is a wonderful way to support what we do on this show on a nightly basis, so thank you so much. Mr. Lurks-a-Lot, one of our favorite veterans around here, Black Dragon. We love our veterans around here. You always have a safe home in our chat room. Obi Flett, Simon down in Australia, good to see you. And who else we got? Big Bad Kevin, Acryong, how you guys doing? Thank you for joining us. Wes H., good to see you. The lovely Marlena, how are you? Mark Longoria, always a pleasure to have you here. And there is, who else? We got the lovely Vera Ray has returned. Gorgeous Kathy Evans, nice to see you. John Poe is here. John Poe, even though he's in trouble in the chat room a lot lately, will be signing autographs after the show. Light up to the left of the studio, if you don't mind, to the left of the studio. The gorgeous Margie O, how are you? Thank you for joining us. Luscious Jules, good to see you. And awesome Ann Palmer. Zenzabil is here. Zenzabil will be signing autographs after the show as well. Light up to the right of the studio, to the right for Zenzabil. All right, there's gorgeous Tina Smith. Michael Fontaine, good to have you back. And who else we got here? The Lip Blade has returned. We love it when the Lip Blade is here. Gorgeous Pam Smith, nice to see you. Sweet Patty B, she's coming to Vegas April 22nd to 24th for the SOR fan party. And she is ready. She is pre-stretching as we speak. All right, moving on. Philip Blair is here. The Philip Blair. Uncle Dale and his Power Stash have returned. And if you see Uncle Dale in Austin, Texas, make sure you rub his Power Stash for good luck right through tax time. Paradigma Theories, welcome to SOR chat. And who else do we have here? Dazzling Don Hendrickson has returned. The Scowling Greg O'Brien. When he's scowling, he's happy for sure. All right, Enzo, how you doing, my man? TMI, good to see you. Dirty Filth, always a pleasure. And who else do we got here? Well, let's take a look here. Raz, thank you for coming on in. And John Jackson, good to see you. It's been a little bit. Dim-de-dim, one of my favorite names to pronounce. Dim-de-dim. Annie L. Probe, what is happening? Thank you for joining us, gorgeous Ann. And who else has arrived? Glenn Forbes, welcome to SOR chat. And we've got to start the radio side. Mike Roberts, good to have you here, man. I'm struggling with my throat today. Struggling. Obi Flett, Ray Finn, D.A. Roberts, I'm apologizing to you once again, my man. We'll get you on very, very soon. And let's see. Far Flung, good to see you. War Eagle, Stunning Samantha, Hazelwood Gray, and Moonlit Kevin. How are you? Richard Elmore, Robert Garcia, Steam Train Mark. Thank you for letting us know down in Australia that I am alive in the future. I appreciate that. I made it to tomorrow. Alien Critter, Marty Burback, the Doug Shelby, everyone. The Doug Shelby is here. All right, let's continue. Lars Janssen, he's number 36 in your program, playing for IFK Tumba. Jeremy Jones, the gorgeous Simply Coco, please let us know what the drink of the night is for you. And we're running out of time here. Diesel Girl, looking gorgeous. JKGN, nice to see you. And Nicholas Shaughnessy, thanks for coming on in. Zen1, welcome to SOR Chat. And guys, I got to cut it off right there because we got to start rocking and rolling. Horns up. From the mountains of central British Columbia to you listening around the world, this, my friends, is Spaced Out Radio. I am your host, Dave Scott, sitting in the captain's chair of SOR headquarters. We welcome you to tonight's show on our terrestrial affiliates around North America, digitally on Odyssey Radio, TalkStream Live, and KPNL. All of our archives are free. Come to youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. You can follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. Our website, spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot. Read Shirky Poo's Newswire. Check out our swag as well. Tonight's show is brought to you by Chive Charities. Help make the world 10% happier by visiting Chive Charities today. You can find it on our website. All right, we got a great show planned for you tonight. The government's release of the 1,500 pages, including researching experiencers. It's a hot topic, which is why we have experiencer, author, researcher Nicole Sakach, Eric Mitchell, experiencer, and the paranormal lawyer Michael W. Hall talking about this tonight. Then in hour number 3, we're going to head to the swamp. Swamp Dwellers got another spooky story for us. The fedora-wearing John Hudson returns for the UFO report as well. We have Shirky Poo's news to close out the night. All right. If you haven't heard the breaking news and what I mentioned on Dave 101 just the other night, this is major, major news that we have never heard out of the United States government or reported on ever. This is coming out of the 1,500 pages that were released on the UAP phenomena out of the Pentagon just this week. Now, why is this important? Sure, we're talking about other sightings. Sure, we're talking about the military. Sure, we're talking about what are we doing about this? But, there's a real other part of this story that we need to look seriously into. What is it? How about the government looking into experiencers? People who have had everything from nosebleeds, headaches, waking up with concussion-like syndromes. All right? How about false pregnancies? The government looking into that? Well, this is exactly what ET experiencers have been going through, but the people that they looked into outside of the public were within their own system that were having these phenomena go on after contact with UFOs and aliens. Joining us tonight, a very, very strong panel, the paranormal lawyer Michael W. Hall, experiencer Eric Mitchell, and Nicole Sakach, who is an author, experiencer, researcher as well. I am so glad all of you are here because I believe this is a topic that really warrants heavy, heavy discussion. So thank you so much for joining us. Very much appreciate your time. Michael, I want to start with you on this one, if you don't mind. You know, for so long, we have heard there's nothing to UFOs. And then 2017 came. And then we heard it's the Russians, it's the Chinese, it's a foreign adversary. Stop talking space, stop talking aliens. We heard that for 2.5 years. Then about a year and a half ago, we start hearing, well, it isn't the Russians. It isn't the Chinese. These things don't look human. They're not from here, as far as we know. And now we start talking about experiencers. Michael, how did we get to this point so far, so fast?
Well, that to me, Dave, is the important backstory of this entire idea of leaking this information, to the Congress and the Senate on this unclassified report or classified report that we're trying to figure out what it is. The real issue is that ever since 2017, when the New York Times article came out on January 16th or December 16th of 2017, all of a sudden there was an agenda to red pill the public. I mean, let's face it, for 70 years and more, they had been, keeping all of that information, or even the fact that we were studying it, hush hush, for decades. And all of a sudden there has been a plan put in place. And I don't know why exactly it happened very shortly time ago, but all of a sudden now they are trying to get us up to speed, I believe, the general public up to speed on what's really going on out there. And now the experiencers out there had always been pushed into the background. I mean, you can talk with Chief Petty Officer Kevin Day. You can talk with Travis Walton, any of these guys that have had long-term effects and experiences, and you will find out that they have had a difficult time to even survive post-abduction or post-experience, when it's UAP involved. So it's very interesting that they've made this step now towards allowing us to figure out that the experiencers are indeed having troubles negatively in their experiences with UAP.
Eric, I'm going to bring you in here. I just want you to turn your speaker down just a little bit, if you don't mind. I'm getting a little bit of feedback from you there. But Eric, I want to ask you, Eric, in regards to the entire phenomena that is going on. As an experiencer, you have been one of that has stepped out into the public saying, hey, this has happened to me. This has happened to my family. I've been followed. I've been studied. You've been studied by Stanford University. And
not Stanford. Yeah.
I'm sorry, but you have been studied by people involved in this field. For
Right.
you, as you move forward in this field, what does it mean to you to all of a sudden have the government in this latest 1,500 pages dropping the fact that they have been monitoring experiencers?
I've gotten several phone calls telling me don't even read it. I might read it, but I'm doing my own research. And I'm part of the game. I'm not part of. I'm not sitting home saying poor little me. And man, if I had a chance to do that, that's what I'd be doing. But the veracity that this gives you, a little bit, if I may, Dave, a little bit of a backstory. I didn't believe in UFOs. I thought they were crazy, tinfoil hat wearing conspiracy. That's what you learn your whole life. I was 34 years old when this object showed up in front of everyone and knocked me down. And it really caused some problems for me. I didn't think it was a UFO. This thing was like 40 feet in diameter. It was an orange sphere. The funny properties about it is that the outer layer of it kind of rippled like water. And so, of course you wouldn't think UFO unless you were really a researcher or something like that. I didn't know what it was, but I know it hurt. And it really did some things to my brain that put me in deep worry. But moving forward, studied by MUFON, Kentucky State Director Barry Gaunt, Arkansas MUFON as well. Some of these people were really upset. Man, the things I went through were absolutely just normal, redneck, laid back life into this whole thing. And not to mention acquiring, savant syndrome on top of that. You think of a redneck that wants to go fishing and hang out and talk slow. And I mean, I was a very simple guy, so you go from 110 IQ to 150 in a short period of time. It's a lot of suffering. It is a lot of suffering. And my children, I was a single father at the time. They had no one to rely on. They were definitely not as scared as me, but there's nothing like and nothing stronger than a father that wants to protect their children. There's nothing stronger. So it was a lot of struggling, a lot of that. So nothing puts that kind of veracity in a person, to change everything that they are. My neighbors moved out. I was kicked out of the church because I was calling down the devil. Everyone was scared of me. I was the last person to move off my street. The helicopters were showing up. The guys from the DOD were stalking me and my kids. It just turned into something I couldn't even personally believe, was going on around me. And it took quite some time for that shock, to really turn itself into acceptance and reality and eventually responsibility. So, when reports come out, and I think you guys understand this, it's just the next step, another, a little bird dropping, a little bird feeding. And, I think it's important. Myself, Travis Walton, we were living together at the time in, I think it was Otisfield, Maine, with Audrey Hewins and from Starborn Support. And Chris Bledsoe Sr. and several other experiencers were called to the Allagash twins' house, Jack and Jim from the 1972 abduction. So it was great to meet Jack and Jim. This intelligence guy basically said, and this is in 2014, by the way. I've got pictures. I'll send them to you. 2014, he told us that they were going to break through the New York Times. Okay, so this guy knew 2014 that this was going to happen. His biggest concern with us, he was on medical leave. He was not acting as an intelligence officer. Let us know that our part of the story was going to be the most that was going to be left out, for accountability, for the inability to stop these things from happening. And it's an embarrassment to the DOD. I understand that. But he really urged us to, really step out there. Me, I'm a private person. I don't like radio. If it wasn't Dave that called me, I wouldn't be on radio tonight. I guarantee you that, I do come out of the woodwork every now and again. I do have a lot of information, and I do share it with experiencers. I've worked with over 3,000 experiencers so far. And I think well over 200 suicide attempts that I've had to deal with. A lot of areas in the world can recognize that, I'm needed because of what I do. Not out to win a popularity contest. I try to live a normal life, but it's really hard. It's difficult. I lose sleep. But there is a lot of suffering people out there. But I didn't read the documents. I don't know what they released. I do not have an NDA, by the way, and so we can talk about whatever you'd like.
All right. Well, we'll go over this in a little bit here, but Nicole Sakach, I want to bring you in here because you and I have been following the experiential side of this story for a while, and we have talked ad nauseum about the fact that the experiencers had become the forgotten souls of ufology the last 4 years, and then all of a sudden, just like a left hook out of nowhere, boom, this report comes out from the DIRDs papers, and I don't know about you, but I'm still quite stunned over this.
I am stunned, and honestly, I had to scroll through social media to make sure Steve Bassett hadn't started waving a banner like the truth embargo's lifted, because yes, we have been talking about the experiencer side of this and where are their voices or our voices. in this legislation or what's coming out and so on. So without finding Steve's banner waving yet, I am still spinning around in, is this real? But honestly, I kick it out of that and I go straight into this report, or what the government has collected and studied. Those of us in the community that have found each other and talk about what we're going through and seek help, we've found it, and we find these statistics in, the places where we find help, like Opus and Free and the ERT. So these documents coming out are kind of, I don't want to say it's old news or not heard of or anything that's like shocking to us experiencers. We kind of know this is happening, but to the outside world, they were saying experiencers have brain damage on Fox News.
I hear you.
That's
I hear you.
scary to me, because that sounds bad. It sounds like we're damaged people, and that's not how I view us.
Can I just angrily, guys, no. Experiencers are noted to be highly functional people. Not. I'm trying not to rant right now.
We rant.
Yeah,
that's what it's here for, man. That's what it's here for.
That's because the average human brain has 7.38 hertz, pumping out at all times. The experiencer's brain at the lowest is going to be 30 hertz. Now, 7.38 hertz is a funny number because that's how your DNA speaks to one another. I'd be interested right now, because we don't have the information, because your brain is affected by an outside source, whether it's known or unknown. If your brain is radiating 30 hertz of neural synapses, doesn't that mean that your DNA is doing the same thing? I.e., you can't mess with computers, blowing light bulbs, and all these things that they have looked at, and I guarantee you they haven't disclosed it. There's one guy that could do 1,590 hertz, but it's not on accident. It's at will, and it's audible. You can't even buy a sci-fi film that shows how cool an experiencer actually is. Highly intuitive people, highly emotional people, very sensitive to other people's emotions, pick them up like animals do. There is a list that goes on and on and on that I guarantee you never made that 1,500 pages. And if it did, it was minute and underwritten. The only people that were brain damaged that I know of were the first two pilots that were brought in to Stanford University. And this is still classified, but I don't have an NDA. I can speak. I'm an American citizen. They were brought in to take this thing down with no precedent whatsoever. Take this thing down. Okay. These two pilots went up, they came down, they were confused. They needed an MRI, and it showed in the MRI immediate brain lesions, in the same area that the experiencer has a heightened sense of mind. Now, take that for what you will. Okay. But experiencers themselves, when they come across this blue light, okay, this electromagnetic field related to the brain synapses, will light up the caudiputamen basal ganglia in a supercluster in which they now call the antenna. This antenna, when it thinks, the left brain and right brain doesn't do anything. It reaches out and it receives information. That proves intuition. So if anybody doesn't like the idea of intuition, I'm sorry, you're having a bad day. Tomorrow might be better. But to say that a quintessential experiencer might have brain damage, you know how we see the world? Walking around with fanny packs, 26% credit cards in a mall, looking to buy something so you can have people appreciate you for your things that you have instead of what you are. I mean, it's just incredibly, I'm not going to go into those words. But I can definitely say if I have brain damage, I think everybody else should have too, because I've had more compassion than anyone I've ever met in my life. I work with 3,000 strangers that have never had that much help in their life with their loved ones and their families, and extended everything else in their lives. And that's what I do. I don't make money. I don't buy stuff. I help people, and I do it selfishly. And if that's brain damage, My God, wouldn't that be a terrible world? Sorry, Brandon.
No, I think that's a great rant. Before we continue, we got about 4 minutes left here until we go to break at the bottom of the hour. Eric Mitchell, Michael W. Hall, Nicole Sakach are our guests. This is the report we're talking about. So there was a release from a huge Freedom of Information Act request of 1,500 pages from the Defense Intelligence Agency. This one particular spot was picked up by reporter Emma Perry from the U.S. Sun. And this went on to show that the DIA, as well as the CIA, the other alphabet agencies, were investigating the health impacts on humans who have had what they call paranormal experiences. Everything from false pregnancies, heart palpitations, nosebleeds, burnt skin, nightmares, headaches, hair loss, fever. This is what was going on, what they called anomalous acute and subacute field effects on human and biological tissues. The report prepared for the DIA warns that such objects may be a threat to United States interest. Well, geez, this is what experiencers have been saying for decades, ever since the public learned of Betty and Barney Hill. The injuries it lists, such as heating and burn injuries from radiation, damage to the brain, and the ability to impact people's nerves. I mean, the report said they actually looked into about 42 cases from medical files and 300 similar unpublished cases where humans had been injured after anomalous encounters. But wait, there's more. The study also argued it was possible to use this medical information to reverse engineer UFOs from unknown provenance that may be a threat to U.S. interest, calling it a useful database, which listed the biological effects of UFO sightings on humans and their frequency. Compiled U.S.-based civilian research agency MUFON had these reports. Did they give them to the government? This is something we now need to talk to MUFON about. All right. But here it goes further. They even went and studied bizarre occurrences such as abduction, unaccounted for pregnancy, sexual encounters, experience in telepathy, and perceived teleportation. We'll get more into this article a little bit later, but Nicole, I'm very curious. You know, as an experiencer yourself, when you hear this, I mean, this is what we have been talking about ever since the days of Art Bell on Coast to Coast AM. And this is what we've been hearing. We're supposed to be tinfoil. This isn't supposed to be real. Your microphone's on mute.
Release the hounds is what I said. I want to hear about Cash Landrum. I want to hear what they know about John Burroughs and Kevin Day and Travis Walton. Like, now is the time. And if we don't keep the pressure on both sides of this, you know, like the activism, you know, disclosure side and this experiencers being heard side, like, you know, now is the time. I think here, I'll put on the woo hat, but you know, now really is the time for us to listen to this awakening that we've had. So many of us have been introverted in this for so long. And for some reason, over the last 5, 10, 8, 13 years, whatever it is, we're all feeling this urge that it's time to talk. And what better time than when it is in the newspapers and on Fox News. And I'll give a little shout out to my boss at work today. He brought it up, and I love talking about this now. Now is the time.
All right, Nicole Sakach, Eric Mitchell, Michael W. Hall, the government studying experiencers of UFO phenomena continues on Spaced Out Radio right after this. All right, we're clear. That's a good, solid start, people. Good, solid start. We're going to start rocking and rolling. And feel free to jump in, guys. if you hear something. Okay, we're gonna make it a good night here. Jay Smith Jay King, pardon me, may join us. I had asked him to come on earlier, and he finally got back to me like a minute before showtime. So he may hop in, he may not. He runs the Experiencers group. So he was also in the Ralph Blumenthal article in the New York Times, or in the debrief about Experiencers. So he may join us. I'm not sure yet.
Fun.
Yeah. Power show tonight. Very happy. Very happy.
Great job, Dave. Looking good.
Michael, I couldn't do it without your hat.
The Paranormal Lawyer hat. There you go.
I have tried that hat on. It is
yes, you have.
The power that comes off of that hat is incredible. You know, you feel like Superman when you wear it. Kira, there is no SOR Experiencers group. No, unfortunately. But if you want to start one, by all means, Kira, bring it on in.
Was she meaning those little get-together groups that Lynn was having? Is that what she's asking about?
Maybe. I'm not sure.
Okay.
I don't know if those ever came to fruition, really, but yeah.
She would be good to lead a group like that. She's quite experienced herself. I know her.
There's Super Lou.
All right.
I tell you, not all heroes wear capes, but this one does. Super Lou from Unidentified Celebrity Review. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Let's just be honest. My man Lou there, he wears at least 2.5 pounds of dippity-doo hair gel per day to keep his lovely locks in place. It's true, because I have to do the same thing, man. I have to do the same thing. Mm-hmm. We got about 2.5 minutes.
Dave, it was funny while I was at work today because, I have some new ones running around and they all catch wind of my ufology stuff after, about a week.
Mm-hmm.
And then it was like today was his first day kind of, catching me in the kitchen, and he's like asking me some ufology questions, and I just unzipped my chef coat and showed the shirt, and he was like, "Oh my god, you really asked me for this?" I
didn't understand a word you just said. What was that?
I said I unzipped my chef coat and I showed him my "You Got Aliens" shirt, and it was on like for the rest of the day. It was aliens in my kitchen conversations. And yeah, I just love breaking this mold. And I know some of these experiencer films that are coming out, and like what you're working on, Eric, like this is just really going to break the mold of that terrible fire in the sky, like that people have in their heads. Like, I know there's more to that, film, and just people don't understand it. And
can you guys
Eric,
hear me?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I had you on mute because we are getting some background noise from you, like some hollow tinniness.
Okay, let me see what I can do about that.
Yeah. All right, I want to say, while we're waiting for Eric, say a big thank you to Nightmare, Carlito, Vaughn, and Bones ×2 for the awesome super chats. It's a great way to support what we do on this show on a nightly basis. So thank you so much for the love. Really appreciate it. Hi, Lunar Tina. And testing 1 2, testing 1 2 3. Much better, Eric. Much better. Thank you.
Yeah, I had a fan on the other side of the house. I didn't realize how sensitive my microphone is.
Oh, yeah, that would do it.
Yeah, I'll get used to it though, Dave. I those bags over there, you can't see them, but I haven't unpacked them in 6 years. I have a home now. I live back in my hometown, so I'll set up a better situation for radio.
Hold on here, guys. We're gonna get going right now. Second half hour of Spaced Out Radio is now underway. Good to have you with us. My name is Dave Scott. Very much appreciate you all tuning on in. Want to remind you that if you missed portions of this show or others, check out our free archives by going to youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do me the favor, hit that subscribe button. Our website, spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read Shirky Poo's Newswire. Check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. Experiencers, the government, researching them. For the first time, it has been admitted that this is going on in a recent FOIA request, which released 1,500 papers from the Department of Intelligence. And we are looking into it tonight with experiencer Eric Mitchell, experiencer, author, researcher Nicole Sakach, and the paranormal lawyer Michael W. Hall. Michael, we have not seen anything like this in 1,500 pages, let alone the talk of experiencers that has been going on. Now, for someone from a legal point of view, as we look at this, obviously, it really does go to show that if anybody pushed the government on this, they now would probably have to admit that they have been researching the experiential side of ufology. Would you agree with that?
Oh, yes. And this is, by the way, a prosecutor's nightmare in that regard. You're talking about a discovery process that must have happened with this FOIA request, obviously, and that has produced some material, 1,500 pages, that could be condemning to what's going on in the background of what the reality is in either the government's complicity or their inability to not be able to protect its own citizens. So this is opening a legal can of worms, believe it or not, that will be felt for years to come. This could be the first domino, literally, that turns everything down.
I remember a couple of years ago, Michael, you and I having both, we talked about it on air on Spaced Out Radio, along with more conversations about this privately regarding the fact of what would happen if the government had a list of people that they knew had ET contact or had been abducted. And we didn't really debate it, but we had a healthy discussion on it. Is there legal ramification on the United States government if it's found out that they do have information on certain people, namely public people, just regular citizens like Eric and Nicole and every other American citizen out there?
Yes. I mean, that's part of the cover-up, obviously that's been happening since the 1930s or 40s, the whole idea that potentially this phenomena is transferred through generation upon generation from, either following DNA lines or they're following family lines. Experiencers seem to run in a familial line for some reason. And I would assume that the government has been involved in that and monitoring those people through the generations themselves. So this is part of the issue of potential liability that they're having to deal with in the future here once disclosure actually happens, because obviously the blowback on these kinds of things could be massive, could be huge. literally, given the statistics that Eric knows, and of course Nicole knows, is that there are many, many people around the world that seem to be experiencers themselves, much more than we even can relate to at this point, because they don't always come forth. Our good buddy Peter Davenport at the National UFO Reporting Center says he probably only gets maybe 1% of all of the sightings and close encounters that people run across. And he's thinking that for every one he gets, there are 10,000 or so other experiencers or witnesses that don't report what they saw.
I have a source that is very close to this situation and watches everything that comes out of DC like a hawk. It crosses his desk. And I asked him, I texted him around 4 o'clock yesterday afternoon, and I literally said, dude, what the hell is this? And I actually caught him on a nap. And he's like, well, what are you talking about? What report? And then I explained, and he's like, I will call you in a couple of minutes. He calls me and he says, Dave, we have no idea how the experiencer part of this got out. We have no idea who let it out, who leaked it, who approved it, or how it made it to that story. Because as I've been saying on this show for a number of months after I found out, there's been 3 phases to this, as I said off the top of the show. First one was admittance that there is something flying in the skies that is not ours, but it may be an adversary. Number 2 was get rid of the adversary. Let's start narrowing it down to something not of this planet. We don't know where it's coming from. Phase 3 is about the experiencer. Well, all of a sudden, a few months ago, we heard the Pentagon bring up extraterrestrials. We heard Bill Nelson out of NASA bring it up. We've heard Elizondo and Mellon talk about it. We've heard scientists talk about it like Avi Loeb and the Galileo Project and others. Then Jim Semivan from the To the Stars Academy comes out and goes public about the story we all knew behind the scenes about his and his wife's abduction. And now we get the report that this is coming out, that the U.S. government, through the DIA and other alphabet agencies, are studying this phenomena. Now, I asked my guy, has phase 3 begun? Because I said, you told me it was 3 to 5 years away before phase 3 would get underway. And he said to me, he goes, Dave, that's what we believed. We don't know why this was released as of yet, but damn it, we're going to find out. So, Eric, I see you looking intently at this as I say this. What is your thoughts on all?
Sorry, Dave, one more time.
What is your thoughts of all of this as it moves forward? And now we seem to have gone from second gear up to fourth. We skipped third gear.
Oh, I knew in 2014. I knew in 2014. I stood on stage for the first, and you guys. Someday I'll be able to talk about it, but back in 2014, I was on stage at Experiencers Meet in Maine. At that time, I had some leads on the DOD and the Pentagon.
Eric, I'm going to get you to hold on right there because you are kind of freezing up on us a little bit here. Nicole, while we're waiting for Eric to get unfrozen here, I want to get you that same reaction because as an experiencer, yeah, Eric, I'm going to get you to hold on here for a little bit because you are kind of freezing up a little bit. We'll hopefully get your signal going a little bit better. But Nicole, regarding the experiencer side of everything, and the speed that this is now moved any type of disclosure or confirmation to, do we now get into that whole disclosure conversation now because the experiencers now are being brought back in?
Well, this is kind of what I was saying before. I think this goes hand in hand. You know, we need to ride the wave on top of each other with this, you know, whether it's the political side and what we're pushing through in activism, you know, okay, now it's time for the experiencers to come in and kind of, like I said, we need to start changing the narrative. And I think maybe, you know, this feels like they're trying to get ahead of it. They're trying to get ahead of us for a change. You know, we've been hearing who's driving this from so many sources. The driver of this is our community. It's shows like yours. It's other podcasters out there, other YouTubers, the radio shows, the researchers that are doing their diligence, the experiencers that are sharing what they go through and shining light on this, you know. And you brought up statistics earlier, Michael, and, you know, one of my favorite statistics these days comes from Preston Dennett's work. And I call it the 1 in 40. And when I love it when I'm out in a group with my friends somewhere, like, you know, even in my restaurants, and it's like I look out in the dining room and that hits me, you know. I might not be the only one. Like, I thought I was just alone for so long. And then, you know, when you see crowds of people and you realize there's 1 in 40 out there. And that's even on the small side, like you said, because we sin in this world where not everything is being reported. But it's changing so fast. There are more of us coming forward and sharing and recognizing these links to other areas of high strangeness. And I think that tide is turning based on the lingo that you hear more and more in the commonplace. There's not a lot of us out there, you know, we smile and we know we got aliens, but we refer to it as the phenomenon because we can't just say it's this or it's that. And I think this report coming out from the government in our world, it's like, okay, they're a step behind. Now this is going to lead to this. Just like we've been saying, the disclosure is going to lead to the experiencers. Well, the experiencers coming out has led to this report. And now we are finally maybe getting to those areas of consciousness linking the phenomenon and what that really means. And not just the could be scary elements or the possible threat scenarios, but how this is really going to move forward into a new ufology. You know, we're entering this quantum world, and what's a great way to put it? I think we're finally at a place where technology and science and interest and politics and spirituality are all at that crossroads. The time is now. I'm hopeful. And then I get quakingly scared, like knowing like, yeah, this is a big deal. Like, the government has been studying experiencers, but whether or not they've been studying us officially, they have been using us forever. You know, whether it's I think back to like Jack Sarfati talking about his contact case and the robot phone calls and what happens to him. He gets pretty much recruited to go to work, and he's followed. And you hear about this sort of scenario happening with others. People get recruited. The remote viewers get recruited to work. And I don't know, I talked to a lot of remote viewers, and it's kind of hard to find one that hasn't had some sort of UFO or other being experience. So I think of Chris Bledsoe and what he's been called in to talk about with people, and the psychic capabilities, I guess, that some of us possess. they get used, for what purposes and to what end, we don't know, but we should know. We should.
All right. Before we bring Michael back in, Eric, I want to test your connection here, make sure everything's all right. You were saying right before you froze up that in 2014, you spoke at Experiencers Speak in the beautiful state of Maine, and that was like your coming out party. You and I met personally back in 2019 at UFO Con in San Francisco, where you spoke there. For you, I mean, looking at the entire phenomena that the government may have record of experiencers, we now know that they have been looking into it, something that has been extremely denied even as of 4 years ago, when we weren't allowed to talk about aliens and experiences. It was all about UAP. How do you feel?
It's called a domestic intelligence report. They pull that from the DOD, and that gives them permission to pretty much watch you at extreme prejudice. They can do whatever they want to do after that. I mean, when we lost the Patriot Act, we lost a lot of everything, when it comes to our privacy. But what they do is they pull a domestic intelligence report. They isolate the very specific person involved, because they are neighborhoods. So you've got to isolate the very specific person. They will send, for me, it was Lieutenant Colonel Dallas C. Wood from Department of Foreign Relations and Foreign Technologies. Sorry, I'm just throwing out names there. But and then, they watch you with plausible deniability, meaning they will not have contact with you, but they will follow as closely as possible. The report would be completely filled out and brought back to the phenomenology desk. I believe Ron Pandolfi runs the phenomenology desk at this time. I may be wrong. Dr. Christopher Green used to, but the last I checked, it was Ron Pandolfi. That's how we found out about OSAP, ATIP, NIDS, the whole thing, because we caught this guy following my kids, and I thought he was a creep. That's what I thought. But we found out he worked for the Pentagon, and it turned out, the things that were going on in my home, in my neighborhood, scaring everyone away from me. Because this was not a light in the sky. This thing was in my yard, and it was a short dead end street. So people were moving out. They stopped talking to me. I was kicked out of my church. It was really tough. And, with, what Michael says, yeah, there should be bereavement. There should be some type of legal action towards, this type of lack of constitutional rights here. I mean, you're showing me that there are UFOs or UAPs over the ocean. Really? The ocean. Okay. All right.
I get angry about this too, and say, well, what about the ones zipping over Illinois right in the middle of our country?
Yeah. Yeah. It really upsets me. I take anywhere to 1 to 10 calls a day. Sometimes you have what you call a flap, and this flap will be in Turkey. And they reach out. Now, I don't have a website, and I don't do the popularity thing. People know how to find me through support groups and stuff like that. And when they do, and a flap happens, my phone's ringing all night. So am I happy about someone else's idea of what an experiencer is? Look, let me tell you, if the DOD is watching, let me give you a little secret. Okay. I don't have hobbies. I don't go golfing. I don't like to go buy stuff. I don't like to work all the time. But what I do is work with my own people, my own kind. If you want to see an experiencer, you're not gonna. It's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen. If you want to look at an experiencer and find out what an experiencer is, it's not gonna happen. You have to already know what we are in order to fit in order to open up. We're chameleons. We can literally do anything. And we have to learn to be. I talked to a guy yesterday, great guy. It's always the same situation. Great, empathic, open people. 57 years of marriage. 57 years of marriage. His wife still doesn't know. Trust me, if you look at an experience, you're not going to find it. When we open up and let you know, then you'll know. And that's something that I really had to press down on with, PhDs that I've worked with, is that, they're like, well, we're just not finding anything. And I'm like, okay, let me come in there. We'll do it this way. because the psychology and the sociology is so far different than our science could ever imagine that no one can touch it with a 10-foot pole. That understanding done by the DOD, I was told once, why is it this way? He said, well, if everything, every problem is shaped, like a nail, then, or every brain is shaped like a hammer, every problem has to look like a nail. Sorry, I had that backwards. And that's how they do it. So that's how the DOD operates. It's all going to be bad. It's all going to be for war because you're choosing to look at it. That, my friend, is pareidolia. That is where you think everything is a war aspect, and it's never. And you talk about these injuries. There are injuries. These things do happen. You're talking to a guy. I've been split open from nipple to navel. I've brought my daughter in. I've brought myself in very bad situations. But do I believe that it's nefarious and we should go to war? Absolutely not. I've been through, fear that I couldn't possibly relay to anyone else. I couldn't. But on another sort, how many people have been healed by this phenomena? How many? And this is something that I get all the time. So if we have nefarious aliens coming to raid the world and we have to go to war, I mean, I couldn't imagine anything more ignorant unless you were actually studying what you're supposed to be studying. Science leaves every door open, every single door open, and then you peer review, and then you peer review again, and then you check everything before you set things in stone. But just to say, okay, there's been 10,000 healings, but we got 3 injuries over here, let's go to war. That sounds like the DOD.
Let's get Michael W. Hall in here. We got about 2.5 minutes, Michael. When you hear the experiencer side of, the healings, that not everything is bad, where they're not saying everything is good, but not everything is bad. How do we look at this on a balanced level in order to try and figure out what the government knows and what they don't?
Yeah, that's an interesting question. The whole issue of encounters with an alien race or source is a fascinating issue, and Eric just kind of hit the nail on the head, in that analogy, in the fact that people like Preston Dennett have written books on the subject of healings from alien encounters, literally from people with missing organs or failing kidneys and those kinds of things, being actually rejuvenated during this process of abductions and experiences. So I think indeed that is what's going on with the government's studying of experiencers. They're wanting to know how many people are obtaining ill effects from these close encounters, and how many other folks are being healed, and how are they being healed? I mean, can you imagine, even if you were a military, organization, that you indeed would want to know why and how people are healed just by coming in contact with UFOs? And I would imagine that they are studying that. And of course, Dr. Kit Green, is doing the study on experiencers' brain waves being changed, enhanced, as Eric was mentioning, and all of those things that, and indeed intelligence levels, IQ levels of people are just going through the roof sometimes in these kinds of experiences. So I think all of this is being very well researched and organized behind the scenes. And obviously, we're finding out the fruits of that in this report.
Eric Mitchell, Michael W. Hall, Nicole Sakach, I'm going to get you to hold on right there because we are going to go to break here at the top of the hour. I don't know about you guys, but the way this is going, we may need some of hour number 3 to click on in. I know Eric may have to run due to sleep, because he might need to get his, tuck in his teddy bear and, and everything. But we'll see how it goes. Power Show, the government investigating UFO experiencers. Do you believe it? You better. They've admitted it. Spaced Out Radio continues right after this. This hour just went way too fast.
That
Wait.
did go super fast.
Wait,
Hey, Eric, I got a sidebar question for you.
Yes.
A curiosity. And do you know of children that they currently work with? I'm thinking like you know how I named like Opus and the ERT and things earlier, and like I know there's researchers out there that focus on QHHT and hypnosis and things, and I think of Barbara Lamb's work with so many children,
Right.
and I just wonder like if there's a government equivalent to.
They're putting it all under autism studies. These children, these adults, none of these people have autism. None of them have autism. I get so upset. None of these people have autism. Dr. Christopher Green is the guy that comes in and says, this is now classified. It's over. Stamps it autism. And that's it. But these studies are being classified. They are being classified. And for me, I don't rub elbows. I don't speak with people of the intelligence community.
Right.
When they show up, I move. I just left the Harvard study that we were doing there, and I'm creating my own independent team from multiple sources of MIT, Harvard, and University of Northern Texas and stuff like that. That way, it can't be shut down again. That's how frustrated I am. I'm like so mad. Because everyone, and experiencers are classified. It's just a classified thing. I mean, we were just talking about like, how does this healing process work? If you look at magnetites within the cells, it's a crystalline substance that creates an electromagnetic field around your, let's just say a cell around your skin and your knee. So when you skin your knee, you don't have to say, hold on, guys, wait a minute, I have to grow new cells. They're independently conscious. What you see in this blue electromagnetic field light is the same substance, and it coheres to the caudate putamen basal ganglia at a distance, can communicate. Now, there is a study at the Mayo Clinic where they're using electromagnetic wands to stimulate certain areas, but you don't touch the skull. You don't go inside the skull. It's at a distance. You just wand it, and it helps.
Which, I automatically think to the God helmet and the Shakti helmet being the next version. And, there's been so many experiencers that have been toying with this, for decades. They know it's something to do with their tones and, activating themselves. And I don't know, what's the Tesla pyramid one? Do you know what I'm talking about? It's based off Tesla tech, but it's just like this little pyramid box, and it resonates, and it's supposed to activate. And,
I'm sure it's the same type of idea, but this is a lot of experiencers report like, this UFO seemed like it was alive. Well, basically it was, because this very particular, the electromagnetic field spectrum is huge. So if you isolate the tiny one that is responsible for synopsis and you utilize that synopsis, you'll be able to speak to a brain without you even knowing it, i.e. downloads, channeling, all these things. The same way a cell independently takes care of itself. This electromagnetic field went black in 1952 by Lockheed Martin. So a lot of people report the blue light, the missing time, all these things. This is what's going on. It's directly affecting your caudate putamen basal ganglia supercluster, either up close or at a distance.
Right. And this is also like an experiencer lingo and a little bit of scientific terms. I know this is often when we talk about that meditative or sort of dream state, and you go into this hypnagogic state, and that's when there's sort of contact. And, I was just having this conversation before I joined tonight, and a friend of mine put it this way. He said, that's the secret behind UFO or UAP phenomenon associated with consciousness.
Yes.
It is both real and unreal at the same time. The state of consciousness, which is the hypnagogic state, is a kind of blind spot in our everyday consciousness,
Yes.
which is why the phenomenon has not been properly solved yet.
Look at Tesla. He would put a bell in each hand and fall asleep in a chair. And once he fell asleep, he would drop the bell and he would be in that part of consciousness. And that's where he came up with most of his great ideas.
Edgar Casey.
Einstein, Edgar Casey. Einstein had the same kind of thing with his brain experiments. I mean, if you go back to the guy that invented the light bulb, the jet engine, it always comes in twos, where there's two people in two different countries that invented the same thing at the same time, patenting the same thing. I think we're being toyed with, guys. I mean, if you want to go really deep into this, I turned in a couple of equations where I was in a dream state, or I thought I was, but I was staring at equations, and I turned it into the smartest guy I could possibly ever meet. And he was an experiencer. I only trust experiencers. So
I'm gonna get you guys to hold on right there. We are going to come back here momentarily. Thank you to Nightmare, Carlito, Vaughn, Bones ×2, and My Flock ×2 for the super chats. It's a great way to support what we do. You can get your SOR swag, and Jonathan Davies is going to join us here from the UK.
Jonathan?
How you doing, Eric?
Hey, buddy, how you doing, man?
With Dave Scott. Follow Dave on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio and on Facebook, Spaced Out Radio Show.
Hour number 2 of Spaced Out Radio is now underway. My name is Dave Scott. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us. We really do appreciate earning your listening ears wherever you are on this beautiful planet we call Earth. Hello to everyone listening in on our terrestrial affiliates around North America and digitally on TalkStream Live, Revolution Radio, Odyssey Radio, and KPNL. All of our archives are free. Join us at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Just do us the favor, hit that subscribe button. The Desert Clam has set the password for tonight in the SOR Space Travelers Club. Dalton. Dalton is your password. Use it wisely, Space Travelers, as the Clam sets the password each and every night right here on Spaced Out Radio. Our website, spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read Shirky Poo's Newswire, check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. We continue on tonight. The United States government, through the DIA and a FOIA request, letting out 1,500 pages of UFO information. The most interesting portion of that, they've been investigating experiencers and the effects of UFO and ET contact. I'm still stunned by this. My sources are stunned by this. And joining the panel a little bit late, Jonathan Davies, all the way from the United Kingdom. He's a major experiencer as well. He's a former guest on this show. Jonathan, thank you for joining Michael W. Hall, Nicole Sakach, Eric Mitchell, and myself here on Spaced Out Radio.
It's morning here, so good morning, everyone. I've overslept. I didn't see your message till late. Sorry, Dave. I've literally overslept. I had too many glasses of wine last night. It was a good night.
Not a problem. Jonathan, before we continue on here, I want to get your opinion. Were you just as shocked as the rest of us that in that DIA release of the paperwork that there was admittance that they have been following the effects of contact through experiencers?
Yeah, I mean, I was shocked just like everyone else. And I've got to read through it all, to be quite honest with you. I've been a bit busy the last few days, and you know how busy I am always, Dave. I'm at this subject about 18 hours a day on, so oversleeping is a good thing for me. Yeah, I mean, great, but I mean, I am wondering whether or not it was leaked a little bit early, maybe to affect us and to put us off our stride a little bit. You know, it does worry me. I mean, it's great that it's come out. Don't get me wrong, fantastic. But I've got a feeling that they brought it out a little bit early to affect the process and put them off their stride, sort of thing. You know, I don't think it was supposed to come out now.
I don't think it was supposed to come out either. And my sources have stated that it wasn't supposed to come out. They were caught off guard about it as well. And one of the things that we were talking about, Jonathan, is the fact that this opens up a whole nest of questions regarding what the U.S. government actually knows about the ET phenomena if they're looking into the side effects. But do they know who is being taken at the same time? Do you think that there is a list, or that they know or have been tipped off to who may be an experiencer?
Well, it wouldn't surprise me. I mean, we obviously know that Chris Bledsoe says that he's on such a list and he's constantly under surveillance. I've no idea whether I am. I'm in the UK. I doubt it. To be honest with you, I'd like the idea they come and knock on the door, and sitting down, have a coffee with me, and we could talk it through. It wouldn't bother me in the slightest. But I've no idea. I mean, I'm not gonna. There's no point in me speculating because I really don't know. I mean,
Guys, if I may jump in. There's something I completely love about Jonathan is that sorry, my throat's bothering me too tonight, buddy, but if you have that many birds confused by about the electromagnetic field fluctuation over your home, and they drop out of the sky and just die and land in your yard, and I'm talking about thousands. It's happened to Jonathan. It's happened to me, and that eluded me from day one of the electromagnetic field effects. Birds rely on that all the time. And, that's something that Jonathan and I have in common. He contacted me once, and we started talking about it. And yeah, I mean, this strong electromagnetic field is dropping birds out of the sky. So if they didn't notice Jonathan, I think they were doing a bad job.
Yeah, I mean, I've had that a couple of times. I mean, I see a report on the news about it happening locally in the whole road of the dead birds, and then I go outside and around my home is just surrounded by the same birds, and there's birds on the road outside my house dead. And I'm maybe 200 miles from where this has just been reported. So it is. I don't know.
Yeah,
I wish I had answered this.
Yeah, the incident that happened at my home made nationwide news. And I think, the CDC came out. They were in hazmat suits. They didn't know what was going on. I'm standing out in blue jeans and a T-shirt going, are my kids safe? What's going on here? And, they told me they would contact me and let me know what the problem was. But they never, contacted me back. I didn't know what was going on. I didn't want my kids to get sick. But they removed the birds, and it made nationwide news. And I think the last, the news, and you can look this up on YouTube, the last news report that was done over my area was they thought it was fireworks. There was a burn ban that year, $1,000 if you set off a firework. That was the fine.
Well, and you're bringing up something interesting, and it kind of plays off what Jonathan just brought up too. Like, is this coming out now to throw us off our game? Like those of us that have kind of studied this playbook that they have of what they do when they pull something out or something gets leaked, whether it's they change a program name or the disinformation wheel starts to churn and stuff comes out. And, I don't like often calling out like a possible new play that's happening, but after this explosion of good news, we did sort of see this backlash. Like all of a sudden, Travis Walton was under fire, and we get this out of nowhere government linked Anjali, which don't know her personally, but it's also this, it's like, this is who's like forward right now when there's a plethora of known, documented, well researched and talked to experiencers out there. So I've wondered with this latest DIRDs, is somebody coming forward, like maybe an experiencer who is truly in the government, like You know, we all have our suspicions on a few of like the top 13s, like who Put Off is, and Semivan has come out. Well, that was big for Semivan to come out and talk about his experiences publicly. We've heard about him and his involvement and how he reaches out to experiences in our community. So it's not a huge surprise for us to hear that, but something's happening. And in my mind, I'm like, who could come out that's pivotal in both worlds, you know, that has a foot in both of these sectors. So I don't know. My mind reeled as to the why, but it always does on this topic. Why?
I don't know if you feel the same way about this, but if you ever dated a narcissist and kind of watched this playbook play out, it kind of gives you a little bit of gratitude and pats you on the back and then just strikes you down, you know, and then
I have that gift of foresight to avoid the narcissist now.
Whoop, whoop. Good job, girl. Most empaths.
It was gifted to me. So
good.
Well, you know what? Here's what I want to go. I'm going back to this article. Luis Elizondo was quoted in the UK GQ magazine a number of months ago saying that there were health effects on some pilots who encountered the phenomena. He said, quote, "I've got to be careful here. I can't speak too specifically, but one might imagine that you get a report from a pilot who says, it's really weird. I was flying and I got close to this thing and I came back home and it was like I got a sunburn. I was red for 4 days. Now that's a sign potentially of radiation, not a sunburn, but radiation burn, according to Elizondo. Now, we have also heard that they have been talking about people who have missing time. And we've talked about that immensely here. And I'm not sure, Jonathan or Eric, if you guys have had any missing time encounters. I know Michael hasn't. I believe Nicole has not either. I personally have not. But I mean, this gets into the whole field of what we have as experiencers been saying for a number of years. I mean, how far down the rabbit hole are we going to go here with the information that's now coming out? Michael, let's start with you.
Well, you know, the Admiral Wilson memo, the smoking gun memo of the century, as Richard Dolan mentions in his research, it mentions some incredible things. Literally, I'm coming out with a book here next month, you know, on the backstory of how that thing was obtained by my client, Grant Cameron, and then finally released to the public eventually. Yeah, right. Nicole's been involved in it from the very beginning as well. And yeah, thanks, Eric. And Jonathan knows the story there as well. So the whole idea of this memo was indeed that they are literally talking about confirmation of the fact that the military is in possession of a working alien craft that they suppose can travel through, interstellar space, our atmosphere, underwater, and get this, through dimensions. They say this in the memo. This is Admiral Wilson, J2 for the Joint Chiefs of Staff, talking with Dr. Eric Davis when he mentioned this from a unacknowledged special access program subcontractor that he finally tracked down. So if they're talking at high level governments right now about dimensions being used for travel, you can imagine what time travel is to them. I would assume that they have experimented with that as well, and probably are indeed looking into that capability if they don't already have it potentially mastered already.
All right.
That's brilliant, Michael. And Dave, I do have missing time in my 1995 sighting story. And I don't really like to refer to it as missing time, though. It's more like you experience timelessness. And I think that's kind of where, you know, Michael's point was going, and where science is pointing us now, and these people who are taking interest in our community and paying attention to experiencers, it is coming down to this. Are these different dimensions? Is it different pockets of space-time? Are we somehow in a time loop? Is this time travel? And these little breadcrumbs that get like sprinkled out by, various people over this, they are alluding towards that this is something universally natural that we can't explain. It's not really something from there that we don't know about yet. There is some like universalness at play in the universe when you're talking about the phenomenon. And this gets me excited. I mean, because we know it's more than, I just can't account for 3 hours. Like it's once you have that experience, it's life-changing. It's not just I forgot about what I did for an hour. Like it's
true.
Yeah.
True. But I want to ask another question to you guys here, and anybody from the panel can jump on in. With the government coming out saying that they have been looking into this, does this mean that they know a hell of a lot more than what they are officially telling the public the last 4 years? I know it's a stupid question for us on the panel here, but there's a lot of people listening out there who may not fully understand or comprehend how much the government knows. Who wants to jump in on that?
Well, unequivocally, yes, that's the answer to that question. And we can now tell that because of this released, classified, now unclassified report. Also with, the whole issue that, they had put, $20 million into studying this subject, back there in 2007 to 2012. And so we already know that there's a whole lot of things going on behind the scenes. Indeed, I don't know if you remember this report also mentioning that there was an actual 70-minute film that was released, or not released, but shown to the Senate Intelligence Committee members, a selected group of them, with 14 specific videos dealing with UAP. I mean, this is not fuzzy stuff. This is not tic-tac things far off in the distance. These are up close and personal things where the Senate committee members were saying that they were literally gobsmacked for 70 minutes watching this film of what they really know about what's going on. So if the rumors are correct, my goodness, we are just in the beginning stages of disclosure to the general public of what the military, the Congress, and the insiders really know already.
Michael, can I just jump in with you a sec? You mentioned the Wilson documents a minute
Yes,
ago.
sir.
I mean, I chat with Hal Putoff most days, and I did ask him about the Wilson documents, and basically I wanted to know, there was another, I'm trying to rack my brains, there was another astronaut who was involved with the NIDS team who never
Edgar
gets spoken
Mitchell.
about. No, not Edgar. He was another astronaut who was a former senator. I can't think of his name. It wasn't John Glenn. John Glenn is involved in all this, but it wasn't John Glenn. Yes.
Okay, there you go.
I asked the question of Hal whether or not he got a copy of the Wilson documents, and Hal said no, he didn't get a copy. And just think about that. No, he didn't get a copy from Hal. In other words, either Hal or Eric were handing out copies. Yeah.
Well, interesting. No, I don't know if you know the provenance of how that document came about to be found, but first of all, before I get there, I'll tell you. But tell me about Harrison Smith. Are you saying that Harrison Smith potentially saw this document as well?
No,
or
he didn't.
How does he get into the story?
He didn't get a copy, and the reason he didn't get a copy was because Eric Davis considers him part of the God, it's too early in the morning. the Collins elite.
Got it.
He managed to get into the NIDS team almost by accident, and what they found was he was very ultra religious, and he couldn't put up with what was going on at Skinwalker Ranch and the investigation that was going on there.
Well, and right there, right there, you bring up an interesting point, I think, as to maybe why now. And we do know they know more than what they're saying, but I don't think they truly understand how to explain what they're dealing with or what they really do have. And I think maybe now is the time, because we're seeing, like, since here's my turn to be tired and forget a name. Since Mr. Coe passed away, the founder of our like presidential breakfast club, the presidential dinner, you know, we are seeing this like old guard of political Christians that kind of don't have a big a say as they used to. So I kind of wonder if that's trickled into the, you know, secret access programs and who can, you know, really call the shots or not anymore. So it's just kind of interesting, the whole outside political world and inside our community and how this is coming out when you look at it, not in just the lens of now, but the last 20 years, you know?
Yeah. I've been told there's a lot of, you know, belief problems when it comes to studying this type of thing, even at the top echelon, you know,
it was demons 30, 40, 50 years ago.
Yeah.
Don't look at it, it's demons. So
you know, everyone has to have some sort of religion or a placeholder for something like this. And, you know, I completely understand this. And from what I've been told, even in the DOD, there's a huge fight because there's difference of religion, you know, and we hold this DOD, you know, above us, like, you know, these are the top people. Sometimes intelligence doesn't exactly mean intelligence, you know, and a belief system, you know, really gets you in the way of scientific study, you know,
Well, and just being the history lover that I am, you know, we feel all protected in the United States sometimes behind our rights, but you think back 500 years and people like us were getting burned at stakes longer than 500 years. But you know what I mean? Like,
if I may,
we were witches or whatever you want to call, be it, you know,
if I may,
with high strangeness. And I mean, it's kind of a big deal that, you know, we all talk about this, the synchronicities of time, and is it the right time? When is that right time? You know, we're pushing towards this for decades now, but it's like, you know, we are protected to a certain extent. I do get fearful sometimes, you know, when I see how hard this country can be on lots of topics. You know, we lock kids up at our borders on the southern front. Are they going to lock up experiencer kids if, you know, political climate changes? Like, I don't know. I get fearful of those things, but I'm also hopeful at the same time, because this time is now. Like, it's never been more perfect.
I you know, you kind of triggered me in a way I do apologize. You know, not everybody likes, you know, science,
40 seconds.
Especially when it comes to this 40 seconds. Come on, Dave. Come on. I thought we were friends. But anyway, if you were to isolate the gene of the quintessential experiencer, I'm going to have to talk fast because of Dave. You're going to look at an epigenetic that's very responsible for the intuitive and the, you know, the empathy, psychic. Let's just use that word. You know, nobody likes it. If you pulled up the world map and you were looking for clues on this genetic or epigenetic situation, what you would find, instead of seeing a little bit here and there, you would find experiencers everywhere with this gene that follows the family. The only thing that you're going to find anomalous about this map in genomes is a big black.
Big black box. Hold it right there, Eric Mitchell, Jonathan Davies, Michael W. Hall, Nicole Sakach. We're going to continue with Spaced Out Radio. The experiencers are now on tap in ufology. Spaced Out Radio continues after this. Sorry, guys. Radio calls.
That was
right.
awesome.
I tried.
Oh, Jonathan, I just don't know if I didn't get a chance to finish that thought on the Admiral Wilson memo.
I'm sorry, I cut you off, Michael.
Oh, no problem. What happened is that at Eric Mitchell's funeral in Roswell, New Mexico, by the way, that's where he lived.
Edgar, I'm not dead yet.
Yeah, right, Edgar, not Eric. He literally had a family funeral, and some of his friends showed up, of course, to see him off at the funeral. And one of them was an Australian guy, a good friend of Edgar's over the years, who came all the way over to the funeral, and he was commiserating with Edgar's wife after the funeral because she had all these, I don't know if they were hundreds, but a lot of banker boxes full of Edgar's estate papers. All this stuff, he never threw anything away, supposedly. So he kept everything in these boxes. They weren't like necessarily organized or anything. And she was just going to literally throw them away. So this friend from Australia of hers decided, oh my, well, I'll take them off your hands if you want me to, and I'll just get them out of your way. So he took all these banker boxes back to Australia. Now they sat in his garage for a year or more. And then one of his friends in Australia, the guy who was also a ufologist, kind of amateur guy that went to a lot of UFO conventions,
James Rigney,
found out that his friend Australian, I know who this guy is, but he doesn't want to be known at this point.
I owe James Rigney a coffee and a 2-hour chat in case he listens in. I still remember, James.
All right. Well, I don't think we're being recorded here. Who knows? But it doesn't matter. The whole idea was that
just remember, people, we still are live on YouTube.
Oh, great. Well, that's good. James Rigney decided to take this guy up in his offer to allow him to rifle through the documents, all the banker boxes. And literally, it took James like a whole weekend, I guess, to go through them, and came across not only this document, the Admiral Wilson smoking gun memo of the century, but other documents as well that were quite interesting.
Yeah, those are the ones I want to see. I mean, you need to see those ones to go along with the Wilson document almost to,
Well, here's the deal.
There was skinwalker stuff in it. Yeah, there was.
Grant Cameron has those. Because they were given to him along with the Wilson document by James Rigney at a conference that Grant spoke to. And Grant couldn't believe what he saw, what he found, what he had.
I think Ross Coulthard has had some as well.
Yeah, right.
He's been involved in this heavily. So.
And what we did for Grant, by the way, is create a disclosure trust where we put the Wilson document and other documents into it so that they are not technically owned by Grant Cameron any longer. And we published the fact that we had a disclosure whistleblower trust for him, and made it known that if something ever happened to Grant or his loved ones or anything, all this information will be distributed immediately. So it was kind of like a little two-edged sword for Grant, but also a little protection for him as well in the future. But that's how this document got found and then transferred to Grant. And he and I had it for 6 months trying to vet it before it was released on Twitter finally.
No, it was released on Reddit, wasn't it? And then,
Reddit.
So,
and then,
so the big question is, who leaked it on Reddit, Michael?
I know that is known, and that person chooses to stay private as well for now. Although that person is in our community and public, they have not come forward with their role in that and Reddit.
I don't blame them.
Yeah.
Stay silent. If you're listening, stay silent. You don't want any of this. Trust
Unless
me.
Michael,
you might want to whistleblower trust,
document?
though.
When are we going to see the rest of the documents Grant has got? Then are we going to wait for Grant to die? I don't want to see that happen. Let's
I don't want to see it.
These documents out.
I don't want to see it either. Matter of fact, Grant is pretty prolific in writing books, so I'm encouraging him to come forth with some of these other documents in some new books that he's got underway. I know he's working on it for sure.
All right, guys, hold on 1 second here. Thank you to Dry Toast, Whiskers, Tim, Flock ×2, Bones ×2, Vaughn, Carlito, and Nightmare for the super chats. Get all your great swag of SOR on our website, spacedoutradio.com. Here we go. We passed the halfway point of Spaced Out Radio tonight. My name is Dave Scott. Thank you so much for tuning us on in. I want to remind you that if you missed portions of this show or others, check out our free archives at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do us the favor, hit that subscribe button. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read Shirky Poo's Newswire, check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. The experiencers finally speaking when it comes to documents released recently by the United States government and the DIA in a FOIA request where they have been investigating at the Pentagon what UFOs and ET contact does to a human being. We are joined by Jonathan Davies from the UK, experiencer Eric Mitchell, all the talk of Edgar Mitchell during the break. Or maybe I'll almost call you Edgar there, Eric. Nicole Sakach, author, researcher, experiencer, and the paranormal lawyer, Michael W. Hall. I want to start off by asking a question here regarding MUFON. MUFON over the years has been very much in play behind the scenes, more so than what we know. And a lot of the statistics that they got, I believe, were around between 2010 and 2020 regarding the entire field of experiential issues to the human body. And it looks like John Schleusler, who used to be one of the founders of MUFON, was the one who listed a bunch of the topics from false pregnancies to headaches, nosebleeds, loss of time, memory loss, and many other aspects. Do we have to put MUFON on alert about this and kind of say and question them, Eric, about what their role is with the DIA regarding this?
God, target me, will you? Look, if you go into Walmart, all right, and you don't appreciate a couple of employees, that doesn't act out as a whole. It just means there's a few bad eggs here and there. There has been, I don't think, a whole lot of great eggs, and yeah, I mean, the information has been sold out. The information has been sourced. It's been bought and paid for, and the experiencer is left with nothing. I don't believe that was disclosed to, people that were really reaching out. These people are experiencing, a high amount of anxiety. Their life is being toppled. And to a lot of people, it's just paperwork they have to get rid of in 30 days in order to, move to the next case. So I'm not really a big fan of how the operation works. It really is an integrity problem to take these things and move it up to selling it to the DOD or Robert Bigelow or.
But that's the issue, man.
Yeah.
That's the issue. Is they took in 2008 private people's information that they said was not going into any pertinent hands to Robert Bigelow, who gave MUFON a bunch of money. That is on record. That money came from the $22 million that the Harry Reid had secured for UAP studies.
Right.
And now we're finding out that John Schleusler, one of the original founders of MUFON, who's been there since they were taking reports on granite and chisel, is now...
Since the APRO days?
Well, in the appendix, they are using what he stated. So I think MUFON as an organization, and I say this with full disclosure, that I am speaking at a MUFON conference in their symposium in July in Denver, Colorado, that they need to answer this question, because MUFON does not need any more black eyes or people thinking that they have sold information now, private information, citizen information, to the United States government.
All right. Well, I'll put it this way from my point of view, Dave. My investigation, my physicality, my psychology, what happened to my brain, all this information was given and studied by Kentucky MUFON, Barry Gaunt. Once he sent enough people over to my home and realized what was going on, he said, Eric, I strongly advise you do not turn your case into MUFON. If you want that information out there, go ahead, but I strongly suggest that you do not. And I trusted him, and I trust him to this day. And my case was never turned into MUFON. Never, ever. Even though everyone that was involved in my case was MUFON. And these are members of MUFON saying, my God, do not let them have this information.
I've encountered that as well, is what I was going to throw in. I have so many friends and dear close ones that are affiliated with it, and all through any experiences, they're always there for me. But it always comes down to, and now, I mean, this was even, I think of the days where I didn't know about MUFON and how thankful I was when I did find them. So it's hard for me to have this hard line with them, because it is so different from group to group and state to state and chapter to chapter, and who's in charge and who's not. And when we talk about this, MUFON selling information and being an entity, and is this a big deal that they've done this? To me, I almost don't care anymore, because when we're talking about this wheelhouse of social media and algorithms and what people can find out based on advertising and selling your cell phone numbers and your shopping history and this and that, and just the social aspects at play there. If they want to find out things about us, all they have to do is everything we show them. We just give it to them anyways. So I would be more worried if they would swoop in and want to talk to like Zuckerberg or somebody and like develop some algorithm to track us, not if, they're just getting the information that we're already giving. I mean, we report this, so the data is there, and we know that it falls short because there's not enough people to help.
Yeah.
Everything is going to get buried, and anybody who wants the help and diligent help from MUFON, they stay on their own cases. They find somebody that'll be with them and stay with them all the way through. And then MUFON has the ERT, which they took from Opus, which Les Velez helped them develop. I mean, there are avenues. And if you're just wanting like attention and like a team of people because you just call the hotline number or go online and, do a sighting report, like that's not going to happen.
Yeah. I actually tried it, in the beginning, because I wasn't sure. I didn't know Barry Gaunt, fully at that point. And, the first conversation we had was about 4 hours long, and he's talking about abductions. That's crazy. He's talking about messing with my body. I mean, all this stuff was crazy to me. I couldn't believe it. I could not fathom, nor would I, but I had to have some sort of answer. So maybe something in this conversation would make sense to me, because what he was saying, it was just way out there for me. I didn't believe in this kind of stuff. And over time, I had to learn that, this is, what was going on, and I didn't like it. I couldn't.
Well, there's even the classic community divide within MUFON. Yeah. It's like, nothing bold, or don't listen to experiencers.
But it had to get real. I mean, the lady Cindy Bailey Dove was sent to my home for MUFON in Arkansas. While she was watching a repeatable situation, which is rare in this subject, repeatable situation, she was extremely stunned, extremely. And I actually had to catch her because she was falling down, very upset. And at the same time, her father was being run over at a Walmart parking lot about 30 minutes away. And it crushed about most of his left-hand side. He was just walking into Walmart. Someone sped up, crushed his whole side. The guy flew over the car. He was elderly. It took him years to get together, and nobody found out, actually who did that. But these things actually do happen.
You do hear about intimidation tactics, occasionally, but then you hear Grant and Michael. I know you've heard Grant say this. He's been in this 45 years, and he's never been threatened.
Right.
I mean, it's just. It almost makes you wonder how many entities are out there at play, if it's all the same entity. I know we talk about the phenomenon, but is it really the government, or is it, this is where I go high conspiracy, is this some sort of corporate security?
Well, let's get Michael and Jonathan in on this conversation regarding MUFON. Michael, I know you have looked over things that MUFON has done over the years from a legal perspective, being the paranormal lawyer and having MUFON tied to this DIA report. Does MUFON need to come clean on whether or not they voluntarily gave that information, or if that was information that was already public that they could hand over and the DIA just grabbed it?
I think that this would be an opportunity for MUFON to try to put a stopgap on those kinds of, suspicions by folks. Literally, MUFON is made up of well-intentioned researchers out there that we all know from our little home state organizations. There's James Clarkston and Maureen Morgan out here in Washington State. There are various great, state representatives that run the local organizations. So they're good folks. They really are doing whatever they think is possible and needed for this whole idea to come forth in disclosure. But of course, you've got, some interesting people also involved, probably at the high levels of MUFON, who probably talk to one another. Let's face it. We've got factions out there in the deep state. We've got the white hats, we got the gray hats, we got the black hats, we got all sorts of folks out there that are kind of warring amongst each other. So you can well imagine that there are some folks, if it was just one mole in MUFON, who literally could take this information from the ERT team, the Experiencer Research Team, and send it to Washington, D.C., or leak it to somebody. That's all it would take. So we can't really fault MUFON as an organization for this, but potentially there is a leak there that they need to address for sure, and get down to the bottom of it, because you're right, Dave. This is something that we don't want to have MUFON involved with at this point, given what's happened in the past. They need to stay above it all at this point.
Yeah, they're all.
Sorry, let me just ask Michael this as a follow-up. Michael, could there be legal ramifications for MUFON if they potentially did give up names and experiences of U.S. citizens to the U.S. government?
Well, I'll tell you what, if I was a enterprising young lawyer And one of the relatives of the Cash Landrum case came to me with this new evidence that is now out about how they got information about the damages done to experiencers. My goodness, I don't know that would literally come up with the threshold of new evidence, but I think it would. And you would think at this point there are some interesting attorneys, maybe like myself, that think out of the box, that might be willing to come forth with certain claims for people, not only that have passed on, but people who are still alive. You know, John Burroughs and you know, people like Kevin Day and those folks literally need to have some kind of redress down the road themselves, because in reality, they are, like I said, this is the prosecutor's nightmare, where disclosure now has been given, you know, and it wasn't even like solicited. That's basically showing evidence against the state and the government.
All right, Jonathan, your thoughts.
I mean, we haven't got MUFON in the UK. I mean, I would have cried out for MUFON when I was younger, and I wanted to tell somebody, and you know, it would have been such a good thing for me to be able to go somewhere and tell what the hell had happened to me and was happening to me ongoing throughout my youth and growing up, and you know, but there is nothing like that in the UK. We've got something called Bufora, but I did, you know, they're a complete waste of time. When I did contact them, they never ever come back to me. I told them about a landing case and took a load of pictures. Nick Pope seemed to think the pictures were pretty good, but Bufora didn't even come back to me. So, you know, they were a waste of space. I mean, so I would have liked to have seen MUFON in the UK, and I would have liked that information that I'd given to them to get to the government, to be honest with you, because I tried to get to the government myself by going to Nick Pope. You know, I mean, you can't get answers. MUFON haven't got any answers, you know, so you report your details to them, and okay, they put it in their database. What is to do? What? To just sit there? You know, it's never really used. It's not utilized. It's a waste of time. So you really do want the information to get to the government, to get to the right people, to get to the like of Hal Puthoff and Kit Green, and you know.
That's where this bottleneck of compartmentalization comes into play. It's like all these people that are interested in it can't get at each other. So it is up to us to break them out of this. And then they can do what they need to do with what they got. They have enough.
I prefer to see the likes of MUFON doing something like a mobile app that we can all.
That's coming.
We get something, we see something, we're all in a similar zone, and you know, you can report you've seen something, and 10 miles up the road they know it's coming their way, and to get outside with a video camera, that sort of thing, you know, so that we've actually got some interaction with each other, so we can see that this is worldwide, you know.
Yeah,
the MUFON don't seem to do anything, you know, apart from report what we're reporting anyway. You know, we're doing Nicole, you said this. We're all doing this anyway these days on social media. We're saying if we've had a sighting, we're saying it anyway. You know, so for it to be just sat there in a database just seems a bit pointless unless it's being used.
Yeah, you know, that's the best thing I can say about, you know, analyzing, you know, certain things or you know, looking at things in everyday life, not just MUFON, but, you know, when you look at what's not there, what does MUFON not have to offer? That'll give you a clue into understanding exactly, you know, what's going on here. You know, I've personally seen, you know, so many people that I've worked with that turn things into MUFON. They quit MUFON and they bought a new house, they bought a new car, and you know, they're doing well. What happened there? Did they get paid? You know, I mean, of course you don't say that or think that the first time it happens, but once you see it time and time and time again, what is that? You know, is it conspiratorial? You know, I'm not a fan of conspiracies, but what is going on? And their entire case is just ignored, completely ignored. And these are physicality cases. These are provable under, you know, case of law. This actually did happen. And next thing you know, they just dropped out of MUFON. They have nobody, to call, nobody to talk to. And they're just sitting at home with their wife and kids or their husband and kids going, well, I turned it in, but now I have nobody to talk to. I have nobody to deal with. I mean, what's going on here? And you have to live out the rest of your life completely and utterly alone without that one contact that you had. So, what is that?
I think those times have changed, though.
Yeah, I think they have too. And, I can clearly see that. I really can.
Yeah. But I just, over the last year, there's been such an influx of people who've joined MUFON and become field investigators. And I know there's been an influx of former field investigators who have gone to the ERT side of things. And it's just,
yeah.
What happened to
I look at the state that I live in, and
in?
it's just so limited and it's so big, to expect somebody to come out for a sighting is one thing. But, when you're having like contact, constant contact, then people try to come to you. But and not to bag on the older generation here in our community, but you guys are retired. That's fine. The rest of us have day jobs and second jobs and families we're raising and everything else. So it's like, I think the more popularity this topic gains and the more socially acceptable, the more influx of new people we will see joining the ranks of things like MUFON and these other groups to help. The interest is there. We just need to focus it and channel it to where they can do good. So
yeah, things are moving really fast. And if those of us that place responsibility upon ourselves don't keep track of that change, if we don't keep track of what's going on.
I've noticed these new people are very eager, I talk to people in all over the world. Sorry, MUFON's not in the UK. But, like Texas and Illinois, both huge states, and they've had so many new people join. And I see them online, like in, groups like yours and yours and yours. And they are reaching out to people and saying they're available. And, coming out of this COVID, no travel stuff, it's so wonderful to see the excitement of getting out to locations and meeting with people one-on-one. And, it's good.
We do have SUFON in Wales. Which is Swansea UFO Network. I think they nicked the idea for SUFON. But going back to MUFON, whatever happened to there was talk that Kevin Day was going to be joining the board of directors. There was talk of Christopher Mellon, Lou Elizondo, whatever.
Paul Hynek.
Yeah, what happened to this? It just died a death.
COVID hit, and they couldn't get anybody together to push it through. And you're right. I've actually asked about that, what happened to that group, and it just seems to have disappeared. It's not off the dinner plate just yet, but it's sure been pushed to the side to make sure that dessert gets there before you finish your meal. And
not gonna happen.
Yeah, I would agree with you. And I think also what happened was that was one of the babies that Jan Harzan, the former head of MUFON, had dreamed of doing. And then when Jan got busted for his inexcusable acts, allegedly, then we are, it's really put it more so on the shelf, John.
Okay. I go back to what I said about MUFON app. We don't really need the MUFON app, actually, because there is another app coming. Okay. And it's coming from a media group that hasn't been announced yet. And they're from Silicon Valley, and they've got unlimited funds. And part of what they're going to be doing is an app, exactly as I described, that we will be able to say something is in the area.
All right, guys, I'm going to get you to hold on right there as we wrap up hour number 2. If you guys want to keep going, we can keep going. Nicole Sakach, Michael W. Hall, Eric Mitchell, Jonathan Davies. Should we go to the Swamp Dweller or continue with this amazing conversation? We'll leave it up to the group at the break. It'll be a surprise for you on radio when we get back on Spaced Out Radio. If you guys want to keep going, we can. I'm okay with that.
I'm good.
Michael?
I'm okay.
Nicole?
I'm good.
Eric? It's up to you, man.
All right.
All right.
I am getting tired though, so it's like I forget the thing that I'm thinking about before I can talk about it. So
Yeah, I do want to
if
get
I
into
get spaced out on Spaced Out Radio, forgive me.
Yeah, I do think we should get into the science of this stuff. I've dealt with Harvard. I dealt with, all these things. So I think it's very important for people to understand, especially experiencers, to understand that they are validated people through science.
You said something earlier, Eric. I just want to go back to it. When I was listening before I was brought in. And you were talking about Tesla used to hold the bell and used to drop the bell. That's exactly what Gary Nolan is doing.
Yeah.
He's not using. I don't think he's dropping anything. What he's basically doing is writing down what he wants to learn.
Gary Nolan.
He leaves it on the side of his bed, and when he wakes up in the morning, he reads it again, and it seems to come to him.
Right, Gary Nolan is an experiencer. I don't know if he's come forward yet or not, but he is an experiencer. He's got 6 PhDs. He owns 28 different companies. He's cured himself of cancer.
Maybe he's the one that's coming out that they're trying to get rid of.
Hey.
You guys, the other thing that I would like to bring up in this last hour, though, that none of us has brought up yet is the mill labs.
Well, it happens.
I know, and it's nothing I speak on from my own personal experiences. So
yeah, personally,
I keep hearing Melinda Leslie's voice in my head going, "You better bring this up."
Yeah, personally, and I love her to death. I've got her in the film. But I don't even like that subject. It really makes my.
I honestly get I don't know.
I struggle with
I get physical effects talking about it. I just don't want to.
Yeah, I shy from it. I know it's a real thing, personally, but
it ties what Valet has come forward and said. With his government document and what's gone on in South America with posing, fake abduction scenarios and things. It's such an important factor. And it's also another one that I'm sure a young version of Michael would love to get into a courtroom and
well, most people don't realize that American MyLabs happen more in Mexico than anywhere else in the world.
Right. And that's what I mean. It's not I don't want to say it doesn't happen to our own citizens in our own country, but this.
Yeah.
Ours is so minimal compared to what you hear about coming from Mexico and Central and South America. And it's just, I'd love to have a side conversation about that because not many people can, for one, and it's just so fascinating when you start putting in links of who gets trained at what bases and what bases had what experiments going on at them, and then where they send all these people. And it's South America.
There's so much confusion within, quote unquote information, but I learned that I guess at a young age, 34 years old, if you can ascertain the documents unredacted, and find the right people, that can literally trust you with the information, what do you do with it? You put the information out, everybody in ufology, everybody attacks you for it. They don't want to believe it. And, you know, you're standing there with a document. So for myself, you know, I stay pretty quiet because I don't like this. I don't like pulling hair in everybody's sandbox, you know,
not necessarily a my lab case, but one that touches on this topic that we're on is incident at Fort Benning.
Yeah.
And I mean, if you just look into what historically, like since the 70s has gone on at Fort Benning, you're like,
yeah.
Ah!
Yeah. Really bad stuff. I can hear you
and
guys.
This case that this book is on, John Vasquez, it's bothersome to read.
All right. The overwhelming status from the audience is please keep going. And the official word came down from Bill WD40 in the Spreaker chat that we must keep going. So because Bill called it, we must keep going. So that's what we're doing.
Michael, do you know this case that I'm talking about? The incident at Fort Benning?
You know, I probably have heard it, but I don't off the top of my head recall it right now.
Right. I'd love to get your take on that now too.
Well, I wrote it down.
Talk behind the scenes. Yeah.
I'm going to check it out.
Of course, it's convenient now. Everybody's dead.
All right. We got 15 seconds. We still have over 228 people watching live on YouTube, Twitch, and Facebook. So let's continue on here. Thank you to all the super chatters out there. And let's rock and roll here, guys.
Would you like to connect with us? Head to spacedoutradio.com for all your latest show info. Now, back to Dave Scott and SOR.
Third and final hour of Spaced Out Radio is now underway. Good to have you with us. My name is Dave Scott. Very much appreciate earning your listening ears wherever you are on this beautiful planet we call Earth. Hi to everyone listening in on Odyssey Radio, TalkStream Live, and KPNL. All of our archives are free. Join us at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do us the favor, hit that subscribe button. The Desert Clam has set the password for tonight in the SOR Space Travelers Club. Dalton is your password. Use it wisely, Space Travelers, as the Clam sets the password each and every night right here on Spaced Out Radio. Our website is spacedoutradio.com, where we have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read Shirky Poo's Newswire. Check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram, Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. Normally at this time, we go to the Swamp Dweller. We'll try and get him in later on in the show, but we're going to continue with our panel right now because of the 1,500 pages of Freedom of Information Act requests out of the DIA, out of the Pentagon, that really broke down UFOs. It was a very large dump of information. But what we're really focusing on tonight is a few pages that talked about experiencers. The U.S. government has never brought this up. They've never acknowledged that people are having experiences with UFOs publicly, yet here we are. Our panel tonight from the United Kingdom, Jonathan Davies, the paranormal lawyer, Michael W. Hall, experiencer, Eric Mitchell, experiencer, author, researcher, Nicole Sakach. They are all here giving their very, very studious thoughts on this entire subject. Panel, welcome back to this. All right. With everything that we have talked about tonight, there is a scientific side to this all. And Jonathan, I want to start with you on this, because we know that they are looking into this. We know they are studying it. We know scientists like Gary Nolan of Stanford University has very much been involved with the experiential side and the effects that UFOs, UAP, ET contact have on people. How important is it that we start to look into the scientific side of what is happening to experiencers?
I think that's the most important side. We're not going to get anywhere. I mean, we need to know about what's going on with the brain scans. I mean, Eric can talk more about the ganglia side of things, and he's really gone into that. I can't even think of the word. I know Gary Nolan has been researching that with Kit Green, and there's a paper coming out that's Gary is basically. I'm hoping I'm just said that out of. I should without. Sorry, I'm mixing my words up here. I'm hoping that I shouldn't. I'm hoping that. I'm wondering whether or not I should have said that. There's a paper coming out. Okay.
No, Jonathan. Look, I mean, dude, you're the real deal. I mean, you know, I've worked with over so many people, 3,000 people. You're the real deal, man. I mean, we've talked. I've seen the evidence. I've seen what's going on with you. You're the real deal. I mean, that's 100% correct. And yeah, Gary is coming up with a paper. I personally worked with someone with Harvard that got an award for a paper on consciousness from Harvard University. If you guys want to dig that up, check it out. You know, it's an amazing thing. You know, I've worked with the guy for 3.5 years. I do not like giving people's names out unless they appreciate it. They're married, they have children, they have PhDs. It causes a big problem. I don't have an NDA, you know, but I could definitely talk about what I've seen, what I've experienced, what I've done, you know, and the things I've worked with. You know, I'm supposed to be some sort of average guy somehow working a job, and at the same time, I'm doing what I do. And I know the duality of the experiencer. You've got to pay your bills, you've got to live your life, but at the same time, you have some sort of responsibility to this, and it's the most of, you know, you can't have that responsibility like, you know, you walking into your job saying, yeah, I believe in UFOs, even though I got your back like a bra strap, you know. Yeah, you know who I'm talking to. But it's so difficult, you know, to live that kind of life and really substantiate a life, because you live that duality. You know, you've got to live both.
Grant and I talk about this often, whether it's in rabbit holes or just speaking with experiencers. And times are different now for like children experiencers coming up. This is going to be the easiest time they've ever had. But the family dynamics like that we've grown up in, or even the relationship dynamics that you have after these experiences, and how much you have to process yourself. And, you know, this breaks up families. This is hard for people to come to an understanding. And honestly, in my own life, it's like you hide it. You hide it for so long and so well. And when you do share it with people, they don't understand that, you know. And what has changed for me in the last 3 years has been people from my past have come back and they're like, oh my God, like I believe you now, or they've seen something themselves. Or I never like thinking of myself as like this prime experiencer, like you hear talked about in the community. But all of us have that little bit of blast radius, you know. It's like when we're around each other,
to be a prime
the people around us.
Who actually wants to be a prime experiencer? You know,
Jonathan, what? Yeah.
I mean, I don't want to be a prime experiencer.
I don't either, but you know, you hear about people like Chris Bledsoe, and people go visit Chris Bledsoe, and then they have their own experiences and high strangeness. You hear about the hitchhiker effect from Skinwalker Ranch, but this happens with all of us, and it's kind of a joke. It's like, yeah, you hang out with me, and just, I'm not saying something's going to happen, but if you're open and perceptive, something might happen. Like,
yeah.
You get these synchronicities with people. And then of course, when you find other experiencers, and like we talked about earlier, we all experiment with our own phenomenon. But then when we start doing it in groups with people that we trust, then it's different. It's constantly different. And that's so hard for people to manage well without getting help from somebody, because then it does result down to the depression and anxiety and sleeplessness and not understanding what's happening to yourself. So
Yeah, I've got a huge problem with, what is that word? Prime experiencer?
it's not used often. Yeah, it's not.
Well, I
But
mean, honestly,
you do hear it, and
Nicole, it shouldn't be even. I'm having trouble. I think I'm having a stroke. I mean,
I think it's an outsider term. I think it's an outsider term describing more popular or more out open people in our community.
Okay.
They do have a bigger effect that they have.
The experiencer term has been hijacked.
Yeah,
it's been hijacked. Is somebody who sees a UFO has just had a sighting. If they see a couple of UFOs, they still only just had a sighting.
I agree.
Somebody who's had close up and personal contact is an experiencer.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. Difference. It's a quintessential experiencer. People that have
when you're talking about the phenomenon and you start talking supernatural and that side of experiences, that's where all this lingo and whether you're a CE 1, 2, 3, or 4, you know what I mean? You get lost in bad lingo.
I just want to say let's try not to overtalk, because you guys are really bleeding out on the audio, and I want to make sure that everybody's points are made. But you know what, Jonathan, I think you brought up a very good point on this. There's a big difference between someone who sees a few dots in the sky and other people who are actually being abducted or having those CE3 to CE5 type of close encounters, which for our radio audience who doesn't understand, CE stands for close encounters. And there is a list of definitions for each one, but the big thing here is, and Michael, I'll get your point on this because you've been pretty quiet here in regards to it. But I think the big point here is, Michael, we see a lot of people who are covering this subject who either A, have never had an experience, B, maybe have seen a few dots in the sky, maybe in the shape of a triangle. Very few are actually like me and the people on this panel, Michael, who are actual experiencers of the entire phenomena, where we have gone public saying we've been taken. We have had daytime sightings of close encounters, whether it's seeing extraterrestrials or UFOs. I mean, there is a lot of different ways this story is being covered within our own community, let alone trying to get it out to the world.
Yeah, that's for sure. That's a sticking point with pretty much any experiencer out there. They don't want to be lumped in with a whole bunch of other group called experiencers that might be shunned or, ridiculed, and for coming forth with their stories. So I would imagine there's a lot of experiencers who don't come forth at all. Matter of fact, probably even most of their family members don't even realize what's going on. I don't know how many folks that I've interviewed when we had we on the UFO I team that I've created, where people come forth to us at conferences and seminars and stuff. They want to tell us their story, and many of them will preface the fact that says, I've never really told anybody this, but you look like someone who could at least be willing to hear some strange stuff, and it'd be therapeutic enough for me just to at least tell you the story. So there are more and more people now, because of the mainstream media reporting this subject. And of course, now that the Department of Defense and the DIA are coming out with their own report confirming that they're studying this subject, they're going to be coming forth more and more, I predict, with their own stories of, what's happened to them, not just the experience itself, but the repercussions potentially of how they're dealing with that after the event.
Very true. Jonathan, your thoughts?
Oh, God. it just winds me up when people say that I'm an experiencer now. You see these podcasters who've had one sighting and they say I'm an experiencer, and it just winds me up, you know. And I don't like the idea of us giving these a rating of, you know, you're a level 5 experiencer, you're a level. I don't want that. I just want us to say, you know, if you're an experiencer, it's a bit more than just seeing a couple of lights in the sky. You know, you've had an interaction, you've had a change of life, you're desperate for answers. You know, you're in a bad situation in some cases. You know, it just annoys me.
Do you think experiencers should be getting a little bit more annoyed by those trying to latch on, John?
Yeah, too right. Absolutely. I mean, I like the idea of more experiences coming forward. The problem is, real experiences I'm talking about. The problem is we're lost in amongst all these others now. You know, people already don't believe your pictures. They don't believe your videos. Everyone thinks everything is fake unless it comes from the government. So, I mean, I don't bother putting out any of my videos anymore. I don't bother putting out any pictures. It's almost pointless. I mean, I don't find any answers from doing them myself, to be honest with you. I mean, I just look up at the sky and I see them. I saw one this morning. I'll be honest with you. You know, I saw an orb this morning. You know, it flew right over me. So, you know, but I'm not going to come rushing in anymore and grabbing my camera, because all I'll be told is, oh, that's probably a plane because it flashed once. Yeah, the whole time it wasn't flashing, it flashed once, but that must be the landing lights of a plane, or, you know, it's very, very annoying subject sometimes when we're being taken for a ride by a lot of the community, where they're all jumping on the bandwagon. They all want to be involved, but they've got no idea. You know, they've got no idea. I mean, I've been sleeping in this chair for the last 18 months because I had a major experience with an entity that was over my face. You know, and literally an inch from my face, and it scared the bejeebus out of me. You know, it really did. You know, and I've been trying to find answers about that and what that is all about, and I'm finding that there's lots of people who've had exactly the same experience as me. Yeah, but people like Jay King, who've put together the Experiencer group, and Eric, who've got his Facebook group of experiencers, that's where we're really starting to find answers. You know, whenever the real experiencers are getting together and talking and comparing, and we start to realize that you're not alone. You're not special, because there are so many of us. Yeah. I mean, it worries me again when they're trying to make out now that we are different. But this is everywhere. This is everywhere, and it's always gone on. And there are people who've got intuitions and have got psi abilities, and, you know, we're not different. This is just a different. Some people can do this and some people can't. Big deal. You know, that's the way I see it. I've always been able to know things when maybe, okay, other people can't know things, but I know there are other people like me. So, I mean, it's nothing different.
Yeah, Jonathan, you know, if I may kind of jump in, you know, what the science says. And, you know, I haven't read the 1,500 pages. I was called, I was emailed, I was told not to even look at it. A lot of people know what I do. A lot of people don't know what I do. And I'm happy with that part. But science proves that there is a certain way about this particular brain. This is something that you don't find in the brain every day. It's a supercluster in the caudate putamen basal ganglia, where we are sociologically attracted to each other. Maybe, you know, even in ways of wanting to make a baby, or as a friend, sociological projects like that, where we are literally attracted to each other. It's not about the conversation of UFOs. If me and you never met, if me and her never met, actually, she's weird. I like her. I'll use Jonathan instead. You know, you just messed up.
Like me.
Yeah, yeah, we would literally just do that, and we would be friends immediately. If we met in a grocery store, it would be immediate connection.
Well, and that's
So-
where we call this the soul family in.
Yeah.
It's like, it's that interconnectedness.
Yeah,
that we all experience, that it's all connected. It connects us, and that's the real mystery. It's that connection to all of us that we sense, whether we sense the craft coming or
sense each other.
Right. Like people don't understand when I remember the buzz and the feeling of going to a first meeting with like 10, 20 other people. And it's like for days afterwards, it's like that you feel it in your body.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
It's so hard to describe to people.
Well, I mean, you like, static charge, or I don't even know either, but it literally is home. So what you're talking about is like, a basic sense of, gosh, I'm losing the word for it. But natural, natural selection.
You explain this very well scientifically. And, Grant and I come from woo land, where it's like we get as far as saying we know it's like right brain, left brain inhibitor. Your left brain's going to try to shut down this right-brained creativity side that has something to do with this activated special area, which can happen through the DNA route, like we find. It can happen through trauma. It can happen naturally as well.
You're right.
There's various explanations for why this area of your brain becomes activated like that. And there's even left brain, right brain exercises where you can try to hone in on this and develop these connections and make them stronger. And that kind of ties me to what you just said a little bit ago, Jonathan. Like, we're not special, One of my favorite people, not in ufology, that speaks about this actually worked with Dr. Persinger, and that's Todd Murphy. And he talks about all these spiritual gifts, that all humans have, whether it's like the gift of gab or all the different deja vu scenarios. There's not just deja vu, there's deja vu, blah, 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 French. But all these different scenarios, and it all ties to this area of your brain and how you can stimulate it. Eastern practices of spirituality often do this through like the Kundalini, awakening meditations and things. So it's kind of out of our wheelhouse in westernized thinking, but it is out there in the world. And this brain thing is recognized as a gift, not damage. So I'm so mad about that damage from.
Oh my God! I'm look, guys. I'm so pissed off about that. Really damaged. If you're ordered to shoot these things down, the electromagnetic fields coming off these things, it might hurt your brain a little bit. But what is the question? I mean, what is the fundamental question when it comes to why is this area of the brain? And you covered a lot right there. I mean, like, hats off, girl. Like.
I get it from Grant. I can talk really, really fast when I'm explaining it.
you covered stuff you've never seen in a lab, like never seen this stuff in a lab, but you covered it because, you're doing it, in a psychological, standpoint, a sociological standpoint.
Honestly, this was me finding my way through my own experience.
You got it.
What has happened through my whole life. And this is another thing that people don't get. It's like, okay, so you recognize a moment in your life, like mine was when I was a teenager and I had the light in the sky, missing time scenario. And then that sets you on this path. But then once you start discovering and learning and contacting other people, you realize, okay, my life is full of high strangeness. This was that incident at that time, but it goes back to when I was 5, when I was 3, when I was born or before. And that's when it's just like,
the second I met Jonathan, the second I met him, it wasn't like I do what I do all the time. And phonetically, you pick up things really fast. But the second I met Jonathan was like, that was it,
Yeah,
All right. We got another final half hour. Panel sticking around. We're talking UFOs, UAPs, the 1,500 pages FOIA request that was dropped on the public, and the experiencers being labeled by the government. Space Out Radio continues after this. We're clear.
Woo.
Thanks, Eric. I feel exactly the same way about you, mate. Exactly the same. I knew as soon as I saw you and I saw your interviews, I knew I needed to speak to you.
Yeah. We've got a lot more talking to do, my friend. We really do.
Isn't it strange that I've felt that way just finding you guys online, like in your groups? Like I think we've all been friends like 3 or 4 or even 5 years now, just through social media. And it's like, it's like you spend a lifetime like canvassing all these groups, and then all of a sudden you're like beep 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 beep.
Yeah.
That's
I mean,
Nicole's coffee coming through right there, by the way. Nicole's coffee coming through.
It's the Mountain Dew. Doing
it's the Mountain Dew. Somebody get that away from her.
Oh,
but
it's been a long week actually, and this is a great place to end my week right here with my friends on Spaced Out Radio.
Yeah, same here. I don't do radio. I don't do that, but
I know you don't.
You don't even give very many interviews, actually. So
I don't give any anymore. I packed in the interviews.
Right.
I basically said I've said what I'm going to say. I've told everyone the major experiences. I don't see the point in reinventing the wheel every week, like some people seem to want to go out and constantly be saying the same thing over and over and over again. You get the same questions over and over and over, and it felt pointless to me, and it didn't want to be one of these people that these prime experiences. I didn't want to be a prime experiencer. I didn't want to be known, to be honest with you.
And actually, that term is old. If I'm remembering correctly, I've first encountered it like when there's like a Domsky talk. Like
I've never seen that before. I'll
dig up where I can picture it in my head. I'll find it for you.
Look, if you find a self-proclaimed experiencer with an ego to the point where they can say they're a prime experiencer.
Well, it's never they call themselves. It's always somebody referencing them as. I did know that. This isn't like I'm a Messiah prime, thing.
No, I can definitely see that in brain scans.
How Grant and I really kind of chase this through or pull that thread is when it comes to this phenomenon inspiring thing, like, okay, is Grant a prime experiencer because of the amount of people he can reach and trickle down a message to and inspire others to pursue their phenomenon? You know what I mean? It's like that kind of high strangeness hitchhiker effect or their inspirational blast radius. It's kind of like the Moody Blues coming out with their music and then them being hit music and then a next generation of musicians covering their songs and it still being a number one song and the message is reaching and going on and going on. So are the Moody Blues prime experiencers?
Where have you heard
on a musical level?
Let someone else talk for once.
I'm sorry.
Where have you heard the hitchhiker effect from?
Oh, it's all over the place right now.
Yeah,
that's where it comes from.
No, it's been classified forever. Like they're coming out with that right now.
Kind of officially, not officially, but it's known. Like Lukatsky's big book talks about it, and what was that title?
Oh, wow. Yeah. I just, I've been really busy, and I really haven't.
Skinwalkers at the Pentagon, that book.
Yeah, I
That talks
haven't
about the
really.
hitchhiker effect.
Yeah, I've been working with people, and I haven't really paid attention on what's being declassified. I do have a few people that I've been working with on Skinwalker Ranch and Stardust Ranch, which is going to be a new project for myself and independent scientists, and I'm going to bring them out there. And the DOD doesn't even want to go out there. We've got to have biometric suits, and the guy I sent out there to scout the place and get it ready, he's actually very sick right now, and he is a go-getter. He should not be sick. Doctors don't know what's wrong with him. The same 9 yards, but
guys, I'm gonna get you to hold on right there. I gotta say thank you to Nightmare, Carlito, Vaughn, Bones by a bunch, My Flock by a bunch, Tim, Whiskers, Dry Toast, Chris, Jay Beasley, and a bunch more for the super chats. Here we go. We rounded third. We're heading for home tonight on Spaced Out Radio. Good to have you with us. My name is Dave Scott. Very much appreciate earning your listening ears wherever you are on this beautiful planet we call Earth. Hi to everyone listening in around the world. Remember that all of our archives are free by going to youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read Shirky Poo's Newswire. Check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. We continue on with the panel. We're going the distance with Michael W. Hall, the paranormal lawyer, Nicole Sakach, Jonathan Davies, and Eric Mitchell, both very much experiencers of the unknown, researching and trying to find out what is going on. In the end, panel, what is the idea behind this entire thing? There was no need 4 years ago for the U.S. government or the TTSA to come out and say, we're investigating UAP. There's no need now to all of a sudden bring experiencers into the fold here, Michael, regarding what is going on. What do you think this entire plan is all about, Michael?
Well, I think that there is an issue that they need to resolve. The issue that I see is the fact that they have a question whether it is the experiencer themselves that brings upon them further opportunities for experience with UAP and UFOs and alien potentially, or whether the people that have been abducted or have experiences are then tweaked, for instance, aboard a craft or because of the close encounter. So I think that they have that main issue that they want to resolve right there. They're studying, experiencers to find out, is it because these people are already made a certain different way? Have they developed DNA that's different than others on the planet? And they are then being targeted, for instance, by the other aliens or UFOs that are out there bringing their experiences to the planet Earth, or are just random people being abducted and running across, with experiences of this kind, and then they are enhanced or changed in some regard. And I think that is probably the bottom line, what they're trying to figure out, because if they can figure that out, then obviously they're going to be following some people a lot closer than they would the general population for obviously militaristic advantages potentially for the future.
Mm-hmm. Jonathan, your thoughts?
Oh God, TTSA were brought about basically from what I can gather. I mean, they were going well before Lou Elizondo was ever brought in. I know that for a fact. The team was together before he was brought in. He was brought in basically because they were getting leaks, and he was brought in to plug the leaks. His role changed over time. He was never supposed to be the person that came out and started doing the speaking. That was supposed to be Jim Semivan. Yeah. But for some reason that role changed. I mean, I'm not really sure, man. That is the reason for them coming out, though, is because they don't understand what is going on, and they need more scientists to be able to. They need to be able to speak to other scientists openly. We know that Hal sent out all the things that he wanted scientists to look at. Yeah, he sent out reports to other scientists saying, "Can you look at these things?" And because they are so far behind, they don't know what's going on. They're worried about the Russians. They're worried about the Chinese mainly, who are going to get ahead of them in whatever this is. And I don't think they actually know what this is. I mean, I like I said to you earlier, I speak to Hal a lot, and I try and pick his brains. Hal is not that open with the things that he says. He comes out with one-word answers a lot of the time, to be quite honest with you. But he does give me some real insights, and the one thing that comes across all the time is I don't think they know what it is. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people say we've got these things parked up in hangars, and I don't know. I mean, I do think they have got things that they're researching at Huntsville in Alabama, at Aerospace Corp, where Eric Davis is working and Timothy Taylor is working, where they say the project is going on. And to be honest, that is where it is going on. So I'll tell you that now. But I don't know. I mean, if they don't know what it is, how can they have the bits? It's such a strange one. I don't know. I wish I had answers on this, Dave. I really wish I had answers, and that's part of the reason I don't want to give interviews on it, because I don't want to be giving out bad info based on my speculation and just things that I've got so many different people telling me different things every day. I learn something new every single day. It's intense. I mean, so many different rabbit holes. I can't tell you. The sort of people that I chat with, Dave. You're in the same group with me, and it is intense. I mean, people say to me, "How do you keep up?" I don't keep up. Yeah, I am doing this some days, 18 hours a day. Some days I'm lucky. I work from home. My day is I might work for an hour, and that's my day done. And then I've got this to do all day long. But it's intense, and you cannot keep up with it. And that's another reason why I don't do the interviews anymore, because I don't want to give out bum information, and I don't want to come across that I've got the info and I'm hiding it from you, because I don't even know whether it's true.
There is a lot of speculation out there.
Speculation.
Yeah. And that's
you don't know what to trust. You don't know what to trust,
Well, I mean, that brings up a good point. Who do we trust? I mean, the government all of a sudden wants to play Mr. and Mrs. Honesty when it comes to UFOs. There are 1,001 people out there who say they have the answers. They're the ones who have the sources. They're the ones who are the closest to any sort of understanding of disclosure. You have the sides. You have the people who are still supporting the TTSA. You have the Lou Elizondo cult. You have the MUFON cult. You have a lot of different groups out there. Then you still have people who are waving the flag, and I mean this with all due respect, Michael W. Hall, of Peter Davenport, who thinks he's the only one who is left that is credible. I mean, there is a lot of these shenanigans, like Jonathan says, going on within the community. And when you're being in this continual tug of war where you're not holding one rope, but you're holding 1,000 ropes, it gets difficult. And it's hard to keep up with everything that is true, because you get, say, Jay King, who has the Experiencers Group. He's got his sources that are feeding him information. It may be the same sources as me, we're being told two different things. That's the game that's being played right now. Wouldn't you say that, Eric?
Well, I try not to just pay attention to the game at all. I mean, early on, I don't like it. It doesn't feel right to me. I don't like it. I don't like the game. I don't like the sandbox. I don't like people pulling each other's hair over things. That's why I work alone. That's why I operate alone. And that's why I'm effective. Because there's no drama in the way. I can get things finished and done. I've got to pay for my roof. I got to pay for my groceries. But one thing I can definitely mention is that in, the early beginnings of my inception into this incredible understanding is that, I didn't want to study UFOs. I studied botany. I studied quantum physics. I studied everything in nature. I found a word that I'm very fond of in ancient Chinese language, jiqiong, that which is of itself. And so, I even found a guru in Bali that taught me how to meditate, remote view, and really look into the confines of the mind. And the first thing he ever told me, he said, who was it that saw the UFO? And I was like, well, there was witnesses, there was this, there was that, there was the DOD. He goes, no, calm down, calm your mind. Who was it that saw the UFO? He was referring to the thing that was behind my eyes. He was referring to the thing that was operating on social engineering and social conditioning, the Western world, and how we're really taught to do these things. So I believe this wonderful man was trying to unlearn me from the things that I already thought I was, and I wasn't. And over time, I definitely had to learn some things about my inner self, my inner truths, ugly things, pretty things, amazing things, and not so pretty things. And, you reach a certain standpoint where, the entertainment business has nothing to do with my PTSD, my hurt inside when I go to bed by myself and really have my thoughts and feelings. So, that being said, over time, you can clearly see the narcissistic playbook of this entire ensemble. And regrettably, I'm not a fan of it. I don't want to be a part of it. That's why I don't do a lot of things. But, if you call me up and be like, hey, bro, let's do a radio show. Yeah, I'm going to share the information. I respect you. I love your show. But it is a terrible mess, a very terrible mess. But as many people as I've worked with, shared families, shared hearts, shared tears, and shared bloods, I will say that the quintessential experiencer itself is literally a breed of human beings and may I reference the monarch butterfly. It's a beautiful, creature. It comes from a, cocoon, and it grows and it flies. But in genetics, a random nucleotide polymorphism kind of takes place in the fourth generation of every single monarch butterfly. This particular butterfly will fly south, go to Mexico, with their electromagnetic field detectors that no one else has in the first, second, or third generation. So this seems to be pretty amazing. So if you were to come with me on this little bit of an idea of this random nucleotide polymorphism in the DNA, you would know that the quintessential experiencer is born within that family line. This generation that has empathy beyond belief. So many other things beyond belief. But as a child in inception, you're not born into acceptance. You are born to be on the chopping block. You have to do the first grade. You have to do the second grade. You have to fit in. So we actually do. And we forget about ourselves before we remember who we are in this game called life. At a certain point, we have to wake up and we have to realize that we're not going and waiting for the next step and the next step and the next step. And, the next thing you know, you're in a nursing home and you're dead before you realize what life is about, what reality and nature is about. So bringing back the point of nature, This is a natural thing. I don't know what else I can bring to the table after my research, my tears, my holding hands with people that needed my help. I don't benefit. I don't make money. I nothing. I go to a job. I come home. I'm a guy. I do happen to have something in my brain that's very different, but what I can take home for myself and sleep with myself at night, and what I want everyone to understand is, even though there's a plant in Africa that gets too healthy, it realizes it's too healthy. So it sets off a pheromone for ants to eat it up. Eat it up. And, if you think about this long enough, you'll understand your own life. Once it gets ate up too much, it'll set off another pheromones to call in wasps that will eat up all the ants, and it'll allow it to grow, and be better. So, if this is not a part of nature, if this is in nature, if this is not something that hasn't been a part of the entire existence of human life, maybe we should, kind of look at that, era. But let's not forget the clues that it leaves behind. Let's not forget that experiencers are not turning into demonistic people. They are not terrible people. They're the most loving, caring, intuitive people you'll ever meet. So, let's leave away all the other stuff. Let's look at the basics. You have quintessential people that have more love than anyone else around them. They are destroyed by everyone else around them. They can't understand how people don't have the veracity of that kind of love and feeling and connection, and it screws up their life. We are a moth to the flame of narcissists. Like, if you step out onto the street, you got 9 narcissists wanting to date you. What is that? So, really look into what that is in nature, the zichung of things. Because, there's so many clues to me personally, and I've done a lot of work personally. I've done a lot in science. I've done a ton in science, but hang on a second, just 1 second, hang on 1 second. What does it mean to the human heart? What does it mean to the human psyche? And the science proves it all. It's all there. It all exists. Screw 1,500 pages from my narcissistic girlfriend. I'm going to go with my own heart. I don't care what they have to say. I really don't. I've had so many people say, well, you should look at these documents. And so, you know what? You should look at mine. I got notebooks in the back room. I live this. I live it, man. I live it. Yeah. Jonathan lives it. Nicole lives it. When are people going to get it? Stan,
let me jump in here if I can with a point too. Dave, that question that you asked, I think it's an important one, especially at this time and our show here. The idea is, who do you trust? I always like to go to that X-Files episode with the Deep Throat guy says, trust no one. And that's what we have to be, is discerning, I believe, here for the future, because indeed what's going to happen to all of us in this community as we research this and as different information comes out, leaked or otherwise, we are going to have to be discerning on what's the truth, what's disinformation, what's not the truth, because obviously the disinformation projects out there, the deep state projects, are there to control us. And if they come out with a false flag very shortly because of some major issue that they don't want us to understand, or they want to get our attention away from, that's what we need to keep in mind as these disclosures are happening.
Yeah, but if you ever want to know the truth, hug your mom. That's the truth. It's you can't discern with, there's so many people that are out there. Just don't play the game, man. Don't play the game. There's a game being played. Don't play it. There's a basic sense of trusting each other, loving one another, doing and being humanity. It can't be the game of that,
Well, here's the old 80-20 rule. This pretty much holds truth in any kind of a social situation. You got 80% of folks who just go along to get along, You got 20% of the folks that might be having something that they're important, they want to get done. And then there's a small percentage of the 20% who actually do things. So what I'm seeing is that percentage is changing, as Nicole will tell you as well. With consciousness rising around the planet, more and more people are getting engaged. And I'm just warning us all that we have to make sure that we are discerning with what's coming out, because you can imagine if they're trying to control us, they are going to push us in a certain direction that they want us to go.
And Michael, we're already seeing that as we got about 2 minutes here. We're already seeing that with the very public disagreement between Dr. Stephen Greer and his camp and the Luis Elizondo crew and his camp. There is a large line divided in the sand between both of these groups. And you know what? Probably those in charge of the Pentagon are loving this. It's a 50-50 split right now. And that's where you're saying, trust no one, take the information for yourself. Be your own biggest skeptic moving forward with the information that moves forward here. And that is the most difficult part that any of us are going to have, because with the relationship that people have with mainstream media right now, that's dissolving faster than, dropping an apple in acid. And it is very much a huge point and a bone of contention for what we are seeing on a very public level, because this is something, guys, as we start to wind this down, this is something that affects every person on this planet, but more so, it affects the experiencers who just want to know what's happening to them. But in the end, we do need to find out, how much does the government know? MUFON needs to be questioned. Elizondo needs to be questioned. Even Stephen Greer, if he would ever allow himself to get in front of a microphone where he's not asking for preloaded questions, should be answering questions regarding this as well. I have to wrap this up, as we got to say goodnight on the radio here, and we will have a little bit of an after show on our YouTube channel. Michael W. Hall, thank you so much, Paranormal Lawyer. It is always a pleasure to have you here. Nicole Sakach, thank you so much for being here. You're amazing. Jonathan Davies, thanks for joining us late. Eric Mitchell, I know you don't do a lot of interviews, but we always appreciate when you take the time to come on SOR. It is a very, very big win for us to have someone of your experience. We will get to Swamp Dweller, and we will get to Shirky Poo's news when I am back next show. So I apologize for having to cancel that on out to talk some UFOs on a big time basis tonight. We got Mr. Ron Bumblefoot Thal rocking in the background with Little Brother Is Watching. Bumblefoot is the official music of Spaced Out Radio, rocking us in and out of every single show. Get your horns up for the guitar god himself. Special thanks to everybody listening in at home, at work, in your cars, wherever you may be. Thank you to everyone in our chat rooms tonight on YouTube, Twitch, Facebook, LGAF, Spreaker, the Space Travelers Club, and on Twitter at hashtag Spaced Out Radio. Remember, this show is copyright by Spaced Out Radio and SOR Media Ventures Limited. Thank you so much for choosing to share your evening with us, because together, my friends,
we own the night.
Mr. Bumblefoot, we need a favor. We need you to take us home. Yes, the Woo train has docked for the night, but soon, my friends, we shall ride again. Your seats are always available. Your tickets never expire. And if you want to bring a friend, we've got room for them too. Good night. Fantastic show, guys. Now you guys,
I'm
Eric.
sorry I'm so tongue-tied, Dave. I haven't had a coffee this morning. I literally
Oh.
saw your message, and you said, "Can you come on?" And I hadn't even woken. I was literally like, opened my eyes, saw your message. Can you come on? And I come straight on. No coffees.
That's what he did to me.
Okay.
That's what he did to me. That's Dave. That's Dave. That's what he did to me. You know, I was just getting off a 16-hour shift, and he said, you want to come on the show? And I'm like, maybe I can pop in for a couple of seconds. I'm tired, But
I need 2 hours. I need 2 hours.
You need 2 hours. Dave, you need about 12. I mean, if you
Before I
want
forget, can I throw one thing out there that I wanted you guys to maybe comment on? Do we think this is happening faster now more than ever because of certain people on the inside that have and hold patents that maybe want this out in the public so they can get their patents going or cash in or
there are experiencers everywhere, and definitely within the CIA. I mean, that's why they end up where they end up. So there is a big battle there.
Well, you hear rumors that like Hal Puthoff holds patents, Eric Davis might hold patents and things like this. So you just wonder, if they're compartmentalized, but they have had access, and they, if there's something there that's developed that's not already in this corporate private sector of black hat projects.
Guys, I consider you guys my friends. Michael, I have a lot of respect for you. I just met you. I would turn these patents and all this. Everyone speaks of these new exotic technologies and everything like that. Joseph Firmage has an IQ of over 200. If you look him up, you'll see nothing but dirt about him. I've spent a lot of time with him. I've given him information that has been, I think, over the years, very fruitful toward his work. I guess that's the best way I'm going to say that, and I'll leave it at that. I don't know how I got that information, but I related to him, and I think that's how these particular things work. But Joseph Firmage is International Academy of Arts and Science. If you don't know about the original emails, they sound like To the Stars Academy of Arts and Science.
Right.
I'll leave that at that. You guys know how to research. You guys
like Firmage, and then I even think of oh man, I just lost it. Never mind.
Yeah, look up the company. Look at the Acceleron 9 Motor, because with these nerds you can't say motor, or you're just not their friends. But they are
Motor
Acceleron 9 Motor. Joseph Firmage. The most important thing you want to note about the name.
The levitation box, right? The box, and it like spins and the thing starts to levitate.
Yeah, sweetie, that was years ago, but yeah.
I mean, it's much further now, I'm sure.
Yeah. Oh my God, you should see.
And what I'm talking about is when they were spinning the little like quarter-size thing, and it took such massive amounts of power to do that. And that's a conversation Grant and I always have. It's like, how can they have a ship if they can't even levitate this quarter?
No, I was the one that told Grant that I was having conversations with him. They were me and him got into such a conversation that it was like 6 hours long, and he's such a nerd that when you make him laugh, it sounds like something's wrong with his body. He doesn't know how to laugh, and bless his heart, he had
don't mind the noise. I'm
just he invented websites when he was 16 years old. Invented the idea. He had a $3 billion Silicon Valley business in California. he had his first UFO experience and took $25 million from his $3 billion company and went to Utah, built a lab, and built an apartment inside of there because his dad had back problems. He was taking care of his dad.
Right.
What you're going to see on Google is that he's a drunk. He's had DWIs. He's ripped people off. You will not see that he's on oversight of the DOD for being one of the smartest people on the planet. Now, Joe only wanted to try to replicate what he saw and what he felt personally from these objects. So when, Grant Cameron, he was talking about these portals, portal. He's so excited, man. I wish I had that much coffee in me. Love Grant. But he was hearing about what was going on, and me and Joe were, having conversations about the electromagnetic field of these objects directly affecting the synapses in the human brain. Yeah. So there was a big mess, and ufology got involved, and it turned into something that it wasn't. But basically, what he discovered is that rotating these electromagnetic fields, you can reverse the electromagnetic drag. And every time these, I'm sorry.
No, that's just
me studying science. I didn't know who kicked in there.
Ventriloquist Dave, that was.
That's just me editing. That's just me editing.
Oh, okay. So what he did is he eliminated the electromagnetic drag. Magnets push away from each other, and eventually it slows down, right? What he discovered is he eliminated the electromagnetic drag. And I think if you can remember, Nicole, he was talking about a portal. Yes. Remember back then? He was like, portal. Well, this blue thing was opening up above the apparatus, and you could see through the damn thing. When, the guys, Hal Puthoff and all those guys they flew down. He's under observation, obviously. They flew down, they watched the experiment, and they said, wow, that looks like the Eric Mitchell case. Everything about this is like the Eric Mitchell case. So Joe Firmage, being the weird guy he is, I love him to death, by the way. I do. Everybody's like, he's a drunk. He did this, he did that. You can bash somebody online, right? That's fine. But that doesn't mean anything. So we talked for about 6 hours, and he explained everything scientifically to me, what happened to my body, what happened to my brain. And this guy's, he's under oversight, guys. He's not allowed to talk. But, the only reason why he knew my name was because these guys from the phenomenology desk, it had Ron Pandolfi. That's how I figured out all their names.
Your mention of this scenario made me remember what I forgot. And that was, I was bringing up, this idea of patents. And I brought up Jack Sarfati earlier in our talk, and here he's a childhood experiencer. He was, recruited into government. Now he's a super brain, and, he says he knows how to build them. So why isn't anybody paying attention to him? Or are they, and they're not talking about it? Or is it this case of ignore him because he's telling the truth?
Look, that's how it works. That's how the whole thing, look, that's how it all works. I mean, I'm tired. I work 16 hours. I'm worn out. I've worked with so many different situations. I don't do things publicly, but water it down.
I got a question. Question from the audience here from Shelley. If you were 98% right on about the things that came through to you, and something came through and it bothered you so bad you're not even sure to even mention it, would you mention it?
Yeah, because you don't know, you want other people to clarify what you've encountered. Yeah. You want other people to give you some idea of what you've experienced.
Yeah.
If you don't talk about it, you're not gonna. That's the beauty of talking to other experiences. Because they can clarify these things for you. Sometimes you haven't got a clue what's happened to you, but they'll say, that happened to me. But this is also what happened. And then you get that extra bit. You think, oh my God, yes, you're right.
Yeah. Contact me. I'll be happy to help. Contact me, because, a lot of times it's not easy, until you externalize, until you speak, until you hear yourself say things. You'd be amazed on how you open up. I've worked with people, Nancy Tremaine, she held everything inside for 40, 50, 60 years. She's my great bud now. We met in 2014. Grant Cameron was the guy that really went after that case, and he found it to be true. It was 100% true. But before that happened, me and Nancy, were on the phone every single night together. But until you grasp yourself and really reach out to someone and are able to trust that person and have a conversation that's open and honest, you're going to suffer from that. You're not going to be able to, kind of move forward. But,
that's where it's like, I wanted to say earlier, like the phrase "know thyself" always comes up. And like with the phenomenon, so often, it is that sighting experience when we're older. And you don't realize that when you're a lifelong experiencer, that these experiences you have as a child or in your, early adolescence, you go through life thinking that it's normal, and you don't necessarily question it at certain points in your life until you start realizing that it's not normal. And then there's that whole like shutdown of you feel different and you just want to be like everybody else. So it takes time to come out of that. And often what I find, and it's true for myself, that's when you have like your wow moment experience. It's like it almost feels like it's woo slapping you back into the phenomenon. And so then you're like, oh my God, it's this outside thing. You start, buying your telescopes, your cameras, all this stuff, and you're driving yourself crazy thinking that you're going to capture it again. And I did that for 25 years.
Look, let me interrupt you.
Go ahead.
I have to. I got to get some sleep. But you and me and everyone else involved believe that we were intervened by a phenomenon and we are victims. And, now we have to live this duality, and now we have to do all these things. In the work that I've done most deeply, because I really care about this with all my heart, you are not outside of this phenomenon.
Right.
That's right.
You are a part of this phenomenon. So if this is the enemy, you are the enemy. You are
consciousness. Grant has said one thing that's right. This is all consciousness. We're not victims. We're all involved. We're all one. This is one thing.
You are that
out there, but your journey takes you in here.
You from the moment of inception. You are the phenomenon. You're no longer saying UFOs are outside of me. You can't point outside of yourself, because an experience actually means outside of your five senses. It belongs inside of you. If you look at quantum physics, you understand that you are that observer. So the changes that happen inside of you are literally that. It's just literally that. It never goes away. You are that. So, pointing outside of yourself and saying the UFO phenomenon exists, it kind of outcasts that you exist. That's how much you are. That's how much you've changed. That's what you have become. But you have to, kind of manage the duality. You have to manage the fact that, you still have to go to work and you still have to pay bills and you have a husband and you have kids and you have all these things. But don't forget that, when you want to point at this phenomenon, looking at, my contacts with NIDS and everybody with the ranch and other ranches. There's other places, and it's not just America. There's other places too that you are born and genetically a part of this phenomenon. So if you want to take the blame off your shirt and point somewhere else, look, grow a pair of balls. You are that responsibility. You have to take on that responsibility. Quit being a biatch and, really step in. You are that. You are that with, in nature. When you look at the, DNA studies, you were born that within your family. Literally born with it. I was cut off trying to talk about the genetics, but you are that. So, what does that mean? And how are you going to correlate that with other people that have those experiences? And you're going to find out real quick that they don't have egotistical anything. They're just loving, caring people that will accept you no matter what. What the hell is that? Have you seen that? I mean, you are in my group, right?
What did I miss?
Experiencers meet?
Yeah, I'm in your group.
Yeah, so nobody argues, nobody fights.
No,
nobody...
not at all. That's why, I mean, people talk about joining groups on Facebook, and there's Facebook UFO groups, and then there's experiencer groups, and they're just night and day. And I don't know, this is where, the love and light teasing comes in. Like you're saying, it's like, these experiences happen, and it's like, you become non-materialistic. You know that connection with everything. It's hard to process, it's just so strange how it changes your life.
Do you feel that I don't feel I need therapy.
Right.
This is the problem I get with I like the idea of all experiences coming together, but I just don't feel I need therapy. I don't feel like there's anything wrong with me. I mean, I've been seeing these things since day one.
Jonathan.
My first day in school, there were orbs going along the side of the football fields. Okay,
Yeah.
So I said to my new friend I'd met an hour earlier, we just started school, let's go chase the orbs. Okay, they didn't see the orbs.
No,
it's so normal.
Jonathan,
so normal. I don't feel different, and I don't want to feel different. To me,
Jonathan, I've
don't see them who are different.
Yeah, I've been training. I've literally been training therapists, psychoanalysts, and everything else on how to deal with the quintessentiality of the whole psychology of the thing. It should be written in the books. It's confusing to people with PhDs because they come to me and they're like, I don't understand. They don't get it. But once you kind of teach them to understand that type of duality and understanding, they're able to have their private practice and they can do a better job. I mean, look, believe it or not, that's what I do. I mean, there are psychiatrists that call me and said, oh my God, I had an experience and I'd love to diagnose myself. I'd love to be diagnosed, but what is this? I mean, that's the thing. And I guess if you cohere yourself to a very particularity of the whole thing, like I've done with myself, the sociology and the psychology kind of adds up. And there are psychologists out there right now that really want to embrace this, but it's going to take a push from us. We can't sit on our butts. We've got to do something about it. And, like Nicole said, boom, boom, she knows it. It's in her heart. It's in your heart. 2 words, 2 simple freaking words. It's time. It is time. Yeah. That's it. Literally it. I was talking to the Free organization when we first started. I was so scared of, 18 PhDs staring at me, I'm like, oh my God, 18 PhDs.
That would be terrifying. And then you realize they're dumb.
No, don't say it. No, don't say it. But yeah, we spoke the entire time. And I'm sorry, Michael, I've got to finish this. I have to. But, this is a part of my history and Free's history. I spoke to Free and I was telling them, look, we understand homosexuality, lesbianism, racism, and the whole thing is in our past. How did they, overcome that with little pinky rings and earrings and all those things? And here we are, a part of that kind of understanding within maybe an idea of racism that, we're just crazy or out of our mind or anything like that. How do we kind of push forward? And, I talked to them about, hey, look, maybe we can have a symbol. Maybe we can have something that we can all recognize. Me and Nicole, we end up at a Walmart and we're digging through apples, and I have a symbol in my earring. She has a symbol on her tattoo because she's like cool like that. And, we can look at each other and go, hey, how do you like them apples? Because, we can recognize each other and we can know. And by the end of this discussion, I swear to God, guys, by the end of this discussion in free, they decided on bumper stickers. That's how these PhDs are. I was just like, I have to go now. I'd rather do something else. I did not like their way of thinking. Bumper stickers for disclosure. I'm like, guys, stick to your jobs because hopefully that's what you're good at. But, after being so intimidated, it kind of helped me grow a little bit. It kind of helped me, reach out and to understand that, kind of aspect. And it grew. What's up, Mike? I'm sorry. I didn't want to over talk.
I just wanted to jump in here because I can't go much longer. I got to get some rest for tomorrow. But I wanted to make sure that I offered to everyone involved, if there's any need for any of you or any of the people you run across for a disclosure trust, a whistleblower trust. I do those things pro bono for clients because in the document itself, there is a little bit of a payment later on if they have something of benefit that they put into the trust that is going to create benefit for them later on. So I always offer that as people who run across folks that have definite information or artifacts or documentation that needs to be placed in a safe area for them. So that's
right.
Other than that, Dave, you're awesome, man. What a great show tonight. Thank you so much for allowing me to be there.
Michael, if you don't mind, I'd like to keep in touch. There's quite a bit. There's quite a bit.
You can find me on Facebook, Michael Hall 3200 at Gmail, Michael Hall 3200 at Gmail anytime.
That would be great.
Thank you, Michael. I always pass on your info.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
That was fun. I hadn't talked to Michael in a long time. It's good to
I've never met him.
Circle back and meet old pals, I like it.
Well, the one thing I like about Michael is he always brings in a good legal perspective of what is going on, and I really appreciate that about him. That's one thing I really do.
I just, he just mentioned, he does all that stuff, but, he has his I team and they're very resourceful and very helpful. And they're thorough when they dig into things and investigate things and when they discuss topics. And I have never known them to not reach out and be helping people, whether it's something they personally can help with or referencing somewhere else to seek knowledge and information. So, that's what the woo crowd calls a light worker. We all hear these terms, but we all do this work, and it's part of our jobs. You do your job, I do my job, Eric does his job, Michael does his jobs. We all get this taken care of. So we're all a piece of the puzzle, and we'll all push forward.
That's right. That's right. All pieces to the puzzle. And I'm happy to hear you say that because I've dealt with that phrase for a long time.
It's a billion-piece puzzle. This is the problem.
It's one of those never-ending puzzles.
Yeah. Well, once you really kind of step away from your own problems, your own thoughts and your own feelings and your own everything, no ego involved or anything like that, you realize that it is one thing. Robert Schrodinger, He talked about it. The number of all minds is one. But he kind of left out a very important tidbit when it came to that. And maybe he was too scientific to understand that. But the number of all hearts is one as well. And until we understand that as a full party of what we call humanity, we're not going to get anywhere but dead. We are not going to survive ourselves at all. And I mean, this intervention that we're having may be, I don't know, nefarious. We're all going to die. We're going to get burns on our butt. Look, I've been cut. I've gone through all kinds of terrible things. But I would have to be completely honest with myself and viewers and anybody else that would want to listen. I have suffered beyond belief, but I can definitely tell you it gave me more than I ever thought I would ever have, to learn about love, to learn about how powerful it is when you give it to people, when you give yourself away. It's endless. It's literally endless. I mean, look at you, Dave, man, you do your thing all the time. How do you get your energy? Because you do what you do, man. And, it's that personable premise that kind of lights up the world. Look, man, you probably see 5% of what you do in the world, and the rest of it. Yeah, less. And the rest of them are just like biting at the teeth, hating your guts. But you really don't get a chance to see the beauty that you give to the world. Leave it alone, man.
You know what, though? For me, with my depression and anxiety, I see a lot of the negative.
Yeah.
I don't see a lot of the positive that we're doing. Like, I don't see a lot of the growth. You're always worried about who's coming at you behind your back, and who's trying to topple you, who's trying to take you down, steal your listeners, or things like that. And that's why I'm fortunate. I have a lot of positive people on our team, in our audience. Nicole is probably my best friend in this entire field, and she keeps me quite grounded because in this field, I keep my family away from this because it's ugly. I keep my family away because it's not pretty. Jonathan is the same way. You never hear about his family, because this is about us. And this, you have to have some sort of protection around you, and there's a lot, the bigger you get, the more people try to weigh you, the negativity. Not all people, but the negative people try to weigh you down.
Yeah.
And it's tough. Like I'm right now in the process of talking to a friend of mine about running the business side of SOR, because I need to, every time I get to that step of trying to expand what we have going here, there's a bunch of nickel and dime stuff that brings me back that I have to deal with and stress about before I can take that on. And in the meantime, you want to be working the phones. You want to be talking to people. You want to be getting the latest information. And, like, you're right. This guy right below me here, I mean, this is one of the most important people going when it comes for information. He may not like the title, but he's what I call an accidental volunteer.
Well, Jonathan, man, look, dude, Jonathan's the real deal, man. He's been through it. I mean, he's been through it. Yeah. Like, if I've worked with 3,000 people, talk down 200 suicides, and somehow Jonathan tricked me, are you serious? Bullshit. He's the real deal. He's dealt with this, man.
No, I know he's dealt with it, but what I'm saying is, Jonathan is the same like all of us. Okay. We all lived happily, and you too, Eric. We all lived happily boring lives before the phenomena came in and literally gave us a good fucking over, to change our entire perspective of life. We've all lost friends. We've all lost family. We've all lost the regular perspective that everyday people have.
Yeah.
And, I look at somebody like Jonathan and the work that he does. This is why I call him, the accidental, guy, is because
I'm the hidden guy, Dave.
Yeah.
People don't know.
Yeah, but you know what?
Because I don't want them to know, to be honest with you, because it just clouds it. It stops me.
Yeah,
being able to
but
do what I'm
I mean,
doing
Jonathan,
behind
if you had a choice, and please correct me if I'm wrong, if you had a choice, to go back to where you were, I mean, all of us before this happened, you ever notice how much we have in common? Most of us were all some sort of financially stable. We were in good careers. We had good friends. We had a good social lives. We had, our, the 2.1, some of us, the 2.1 children, the 1 dog, 2 cats, or 1 dog, 1 cat. We were aiming towards the picket fence.
Single dad, kids. Yeah. I mean, yeah, absolutely. I mean, you're pulled out of it. I mean, my wife at the time, she had a mental collapse, and nothing could be worse than that. You're so connected and so in love with that person. And, for me, I woke up one morning and I handed her a cup of coffee. I kissed her on the forehead and her eyes were just solid black. And she said, I'm afraid I'm going to hurt myself, or I'm afraid I'm going to hurt the kids, and I had my home, I had my land, acreage, I had everything. And, she said, please take me, to the emergency room. And I kind of giggled. I'm like, sweetie, what are you talking about? I thought she was messing with me, because we were in love. We had fun with each other. And next thing I know, I was told she was, transported to a facility, and, that she wasn't going to come home for months. And when she got home, she wasn't the same. And finally, I'm standing there in front of the judge saying, we want you to adopt her kids. She's not going to be able to raise kids, and so I adopted her kids. We had one of our own, and for 11 years, I mean, it was just trying to take care of that. And on top of that, we had this phenomenon that was literally in our neighborhood, in our community, in our church. I was kicked out of the church. I was ostracized by everyone. I don't have anyone left to lose out of this. Nobody. None. Period.
Let me ask you this.
My family right now is my investigative team, because they've been investigating me for 10 years. That's my family.
You, Eric, if you could take all of this ET stuff away, all of your experiences away, and go live that happily boring life again, would you?
I daydream about it, buddy. I do. I daydream about it. But honestly, no. I am what I am. Yeah, I mean,
that's a question asked by the Free Foundation, I believe.
Yeah, it is.
And the answer is like overwhelmingly they wouldn't.
I was a consultant for them. Actually, Ray Hernandez was a client of mine in 2014. And I introduced him to some people, and he contacted like everybody in ufology, and nobody would answer him. So me and him.
I heard that, yeah. And the latest version of his book has even, I think, been amended and added. Information's been added, or there's a second version coming out. I forget now, but no, I mean, it's phenomenal. And he gets heated when he talks about it. And I think the heatedness comes from he's been ignored, but I mean, not ignored by everybody, because obviously he's doing great work. And what I mean? It's like he's not ignored by who knows what he's doing.
I mean, that's the part of work I do. People get ignored and they're not listened to. There's a whole entertainment center of ufology and all that stuff, and there's nobody to come to and talk to. And, what he relayed to me is he was extremely relieved that I was willing to, listen to him and talk to him. And
that's one of my favorite things to do is just,
he was a mess. He was a mess.
It's just like, I don't want to say random people, because I think like we find each other for whatever reason we need, but people all across, will float out a random question. And the next thing you know, you've had like 4 or 5 year long conversation with them. And it started with have you heard of anybody tell you this? And it's like, it's such a blessing whenever I'm like, can tell them, yes, I've heard this. And then you send them a bunch of information. It's just like overwhelming that they were like, oh my God, I can't believe it.
I mean, that's what you do. I mean, you save lives, just
the best are the ones that, go out into the world with this new knowledge, but then like kick it back to you every so often. Like, hey, I've found this, or I discovered these people, and, you told me this, and and it's just,
it's
fulfilling.
It's people like Jonathan that should be seen all over the world. It's not.
Oh, no, please. No.
I
know, Jonathan. I know you don't want that. I don't want that. I mean, I've had my chance at ufology. I've had my chance at Netflix. I've looked at, $1 million contracts. I've had to learn that my integrity is not for sale. So I understand that, Jonathan. I really do. But that responsibility.
I highlight the big cases, and I'm trying to highlight the cases in Wales.
But it's not
trying to get movies made.
Jonathan, let me ask you a question. I talk with Gary Osborne often, and he's affiliated with a lot of people that I guess were at one point like considered the invisible college. Yeah. And are you one of the Brits that they refer to as the Brits? Like when it's like something comes up and this clique of people, they would be like, oh, what do we know about this? And it's like, ask the Brits what they know. Are you one of those Brits?
No.
No?
I know the Brits you're talking about, and I don't.
You know them. Okay. See, they're out there. I know there's a group of them.
Yeah, there is. But, not to put you on the spot, Jonathan, I'm just saying that, I know you don't want to be a part of popularity. I mean, that's foolishness. But responsibility at the same time to people that aren't as strong as you, to be able to jump on and do these things. You're in my group. You see them. Most of them can't even hit a like button because they're too scared. They share a bed. They share a bed with a woman for 25 years that doesn't even know.
I told my mother a year and a half ago. I've been having these since I was forever, and I told my mother a year and a half ago what has been going on, and she had absolutely no idea.
Yeah, my mom. Yeah.
And
I told kids come out fully to my family and parents. Like I tried talking to them about my sighting when I was a teenager, and then when I came out publicly in ufology, really publicly when I started collaborating with Grant, like that's when I leveled with them. I was like, I'm doing this, and if you ever want to talk to me about stuff, you can, but I've still never had that. This is everything that I've gone through, and
my life was wrecked as a child,
but never have understood it completely. until I started doing, doing more live broadcasts and talking with experiencers. And then it's like this wave of my family members that are coming forward now. And it's like, I can talk to you about my experiences and Aunt so-and-so's and this cousin and that cousin. And it's like, wow, why haven't we been talking about this my whole life? Like, thank you. That's why I do this for my son. Like,
I was cut off by the break, but basically the gene was isolated. It is a random nucleotide polymorphism. Once you isolate that epigenetic, because it's not a genetic gene, it's a genetic that switches on, when it's cold outside, when it's hot outside, your genetics switch on and off. It used to be called junk DNA until we understood that it was waiting for an external experience to happen to switch on or switch off. Once you study that gene, you can pull up the world map on the DNA, and you can look for anomalies. We're everywhere. Experiencers are everywhere, except ancient Rome. Ancient Rome has a big black spot in this genetic, material. And one of the theologians stood up and said, that was the birthplace of Christianity. Every empath was murdered during that time.
That's the point I was making earlier. Like, if you remembered our moments in history.
Yeah.
Well, that makes sense.
But this gene, the funny part about this gene is that throughout the family line, you're going to see narcissists. You're going to see all kinds of things. And then you're going to have one child that's born that is, a quintessential experiencer. You are born that way. I've seen the data, and your epigenetic gene opens up, as an empath, as someone with a cauda basal ganglia apparatus. Now, look, we can hate that, I guess, but it's there. It was there from birth. I was 34. I didn't have a clue. I was 34 years old. I didn't know, but
didn't you notice things like don't you get ridiculously strong gut feelings?
Well,
when you watch a TV program and you know what you said.
Throughout my whole life, it was, these things happen. Yeah, that happens. This happens to people, but it was never beyond that. It wasn't.
Yeah.
Talk to somebody, or let's find out why this happens, or how often, or what it really is.
Your surroundings, and your parents, they explain everything away, and so you kind of develop that kind of way of thinking. So you're so against it by the time you're an adult. You're completely against it by the time you're an adult. You become an expert explaining things away. And, it's literally that simple, right? But
it is. And then you get another woo slap and you're reminded of all that you've forgotten. My second woo slap was a near-death out-of-body experience. And it just, again, reshuffled my whole life perspective. And
I've never told anyone, but I had a near death as well, just before I had my landing experience.
It was like 10 years. It was like 10 years for me to process each of those experiences into something. And people often comment to me, it's like, oh, you're so confident when you talk about your experiences, and you seem, like where you're coming from, and you have everything figured out. And that always astounds me now, because maybe I can talk about it in better ways, but I still just feel so lost all the time. And I constantly seek other people. It's that part of that 18-hour part of the job. And then what always gets me is people from the outside are like, how do you do so much? You're a mom, you work full time, you do this UFO stuff, you I see you on the radio and this is growing. And it's like, I don't sleep. Ha ha ha. And it's like people really don't get that when experiencers say, I don't sleep. Like there's reasons you don't want to sleep because you don't want the stuff. And
your eyes open and you're on your iPad immediately to see your messages, to see what's happening, to see what you've missed.
It's anything that can actually distract you from sleeping.
Yeah, Jesus, look at Dave. I mean, he's constantly daving the fuck out. He's constantly doing everything he can, and his belief, his direction, his idea, and that's a part of the puzzle. I mean, Dave does Dave, and that's his belief on how to, accommodate and deal with the situation. And we all have our own. And what you were saying, Nicole, is, we are pieces to the puzzle. If Dave does his thing and he does it constantly, I do my thing, I do it constantly. We need to be, and I hear this word all the time and it makes me sick to my soul. Do never, ever call this a community until we find out that we have actually become a community. That's a bullshit word.
Well,
word.
The problem is right now, and I agree with you 100%, don't get me wrong, but the problem right now is we're eating our own. It's like there's no food on the table, and the UFO community is literally tearing itself apart from the inside right now because
it's never been a community. It's never been a community
from the get-go.
Yeah, it's never been a community. Look, maybe my perspective can help. I never believed in this stuff. And then I heard words like ufology and UFO community. Okay, in my naive mind, I pictured people with PhDs that were ufologists. In my mind, my naive mind, I pictured a UFO community of people that were just helping each other mow each other's lawns and, being very caring to one another. And I was like, oh God, I want to go live there. I had no idea what that stuff was, man. Back then,
I thought everybody was like Stanton Friedman. I honestly did. I was like, everybody's this super brainiac.
You want to go to the SCU conference? Go to the SCU conference, and you will have a shock.
Look, I mean,
I went to that conference last year, and they didn't have a clue. They didn't have a clue. There was all these academics and all these scientists.
Yeah.
And okay, they all say they all want to get involved, and that's okay. They turned up at the SCU conference, and maybe some of them are involved already behind the scenes, and they're just not letting on. I don't know. But I got to speak to some of these people at that conference, and they did not have a clue what was going on. Not a clue. I started showing them because we were able to show our pictures and things, and I said, "Well, what have you seen?" So I thought, "Oh, I'll show them some of my pictures." And you start explaining to them, and their faces, it's like they've suddenly been woken up to something completely new that they never knew was going on. And I'm talking about it so because it's so normal, it's so normal for me, that, and for you guys, it's so easy for us to put it across. I can't ever get my head around that they don't know what's going on. That's what I can't. Are you blind? Are you blind to all this? I go outside all the time. I told you this morning I saw one go over the top of my house. I filmed one last week. I don't put the videos out because you know what it's like. You get the likes of Mick West saying, "Oh, have you done it on the tracker?" Listen, I'm an experiencer, and I wouldn't show it to you if it wasn't a real one. That's the way you want to say it to them. I'm not going to waste your time or my time by showing you something that's not real. I know the ones that are not real.
I think one of the most important things to understand, what we were talking about, is there has been a mirage of a UFO community. Okay, fine. But there has never been a UFO community. There has never been an experiencer community. There has never been this facade or bullshit that we've been fed. What you have to do is get off your ass, and take fixture in who you are, in your duality. There's a job, there's a life, there's things you have to do, but there is your duality. And there should be due diligence in your duality. If you don't fit in with the rest of the world, that's fine. You can have a husband, you can have a wife, you can have all these things. I have a job, I have, whatever I'm doing. But look, don't be lied to. There's never been a community. Never. And I want to state that beyond equivocation, and I would take that to court.
Oh, I think it's the start of one, though, like a true one. I think we're seeing it now with this, like, with a moving away from the division. And like he popped in on our discussion earlier. Lou, I always say his last name wrong. I'm sorry, Lou Jimenez. And yes, I mean, just his event that he did last year with what was it called? Yes. And it was amazing just to see everybody coming together. And like, there's even like founded separations in our community. Like everybody thinking that like the Fadernauts and the space travelers don't get along. And here's like Jimmy and Dave doing a broadcast together. It's like the greatest thing in the world. Like, I think we are building our community out of the ashes of whatever this is. They're forcing us to reboot ufology, so we're doing it.
Well, I mean, that's what's going on right now. I mean, if you told me and Jonathan that there's a community out there, we'd both laugh at you. I mean, Jonathan, would you agree?
Yeah.
I mean, you're alone.
I don't see any community. What I do see is that any sort of groups that have come together are being split. And they're being divided, they're being giving disinformation. I mean, what's going on with Lou? I mean, I have real issues with this side of things.
Lou
Elizondo? We know he never left his job. He never left his job. If he left his job, he wouldn't have his clearances now. He did. Bob McGuire will tell you that you lose your clearances after a certain length of time, and Bob is about to lose his final clearance that he had now in the next month. Okay,
Jonathan.
Lou has been out of this a lot longer than Bob, and so he should have left. He should have, if he'd really left, he lost his clearances a long time ago, but he hasn't.
No, Lou's on the payroll.
That he's still involved.
Lou's on the payroll. No, look, personally, I really, really, really wanted Lou. Actually, Dave actually knows that I reached out. I was looking for his email. Dave kind of knows a little bit about that. But, I found out that he was still on the payroll, and he involved himself in.
And we've done their job for them, basically. I mean, the reason why he left, if he, like I say, he didn't leave, but the reason why they came out was to try and get the Congress to look at things and take back control. And that's what they've done. They've taken back control, and guess what? Lou is now leaving. Yeah. Okay. Well, so we did his job for him, and we're no further forward, really. We already knew that these things were going on. So we didn't learn anything.
He's on the payroll, but listen, guys, I got to jump off here. I've got a crisis call coming in, and I can't ignore it. But listen, I mean, if I can leave you guys with my heart, with my feelings, with who I am as a person, and what I do, I squeeze tears out of my face, hopefully to feel again sometimes. It's been a hard life for me. But, my thoughts kind of gravitate toward Woodstock. Like, they didn't have the internet. They had the newspaper. They had hippies. They had almost nothing to work with. If there were a possible way, and I don't want to mention any names like John Scott or, Dave Scott or, something like that, but it could be made possibility to come together in one place. And, I've been a party to, some of these camps and a lot of things, not UFO cultish things, but people like us showing up in, 70 to 170 to, 300. I can honestly tell you it's probably worth more than anything that you'll ever do in your life. Like anything you'll ever do in your life. I've witnessed people crying because they don't want to come home. The fraudulent, cloak that comes off of you, and you can just be yourself, and you don't have to bear that weight anymore. Everybody that you're around bears that weight for you, and you can be free and be open and do something like that. If Dave can help, come on, buddy, you got a big audience. I would ask you to help with that. But something in the order of Woodstock needs to happen. Right now, we've got these documents kind of popping down like a tiny little thing. No, there's so much more involved. We need to reign. We need to shine. We need to make some noise. We need to show our hearts. I can definitely make sure that it gets, national coverage. But, for us to literally meet each other, show up, have a good time, and
That's
show
what
who
the SOR Vegas party's all about.
Yeah.
I'm not going. Look, I'm not going back to Vegas. I'm not doing.
I know, right? I hate Vegas, but I'm still going.
I'm going. I love Vegas. No, but there's going to be some important private talks happening in Vegas. That I do know. And if the right people show up, which I know part of them are showing up, then there might be a chance to open up that dialogue, Eric.
I don't know who that would be, but I trust you, man. I've I've worked with so many people, but it doesn't matter about PhDs or anything like that. It matters, for us to literally agree to fly out, work together. There's charter companies that can area and, really do something, not really seemingly important, but, come to an understanding that, you can come to a place, be surrounded by people like us, and we don't have to worry about the external facade for just a moment, just a particular moment in your life, and literally cry because you don't want to go home. You don't want to go home because it's all been, undressed from you. Whether you're willing or not, it's undressed from you, and you see that love, you see that connection in everyone you see. So it's
Call it the Shiva Shakti effect.
Yeah, Shanti.
Shiva
And
Shakti.
yeah, so
Thomas Fessler, we're all wearing our woo panties, and I'm bringing my chef knives. If that is,
I don't know. I've
our
dated,
woo train panties.
but
It's Dave's new merch. Dave has new merchandise on Spaced Out Radio. The Woo Train boxers, I think, are going to be a huge hit.
We're going to get Jonathan a pair so that way he can wear them on his head.
Well, hey, fellas, I am going to use this opportunity to say goodnight. It's going on 3 a.m.
Yeah,
and I am going to
coffee.
stay down and continue staying up. But, yep, it's time to call it a night.
There's still 151 people watching right now.
So amazing.
You know how
I
to
want to stay
contact me.
even longer, but, Jonathan has to start his day. He's in the future already. And Eric always has work to do. He never stops.
Before you go, Nicole, I do have some new swag up.
Uh-oh. Let's see.
I have the, let's see, let's zoom it on in here so that way we can all see. Right there. Let's go there.
You pulled up the DIRDs for us earlier so we could all look at it.
I know, I forgot. I got the new Science Bob t-shirt out, which is
Oh, I'm going to get one of them.
the astronaut
Yeah,
deck
nice.
with the satellite. So we made that today. And then we What else we got here? This one I just made while you guys were talking. This is the Roswell balloon rides, established 1947.
Oh,
Jesus.
Yeah. So we got that one. And I don't know if you've seen the Bigfoot ones that we did.
oh, nice.
I like how that one turned out.
Why isn't it a Canadian flag?
Why? Because we have American.
Or what do they call that? A Union Jack? Why isn't it a Union Jack?
Yeah.
We
Hey,
got
guys,
all flag options, Dave.
You tell me.
There it is.
guys, I got to take off. I do apologize, but I've got a crisis I got to take care of. But yeah, keep in mind, really, honestly, if you would detest in your heart and mind that we don't all need to be on 200 acres of land somewhere doing something like Woodstock, then, let me know. We won't be friends, but I really think it's time for that. Let's get some news coverage. We can do this as a collective. We can do this. If we do not do this, I want you to think about that. Go to sleep with that. Worry about that in your mind. Worry about that in your heart. How many people out there need what we are? I mean, Dave, I mean, Nicole, I mean, guys, seriously, people suffer every day. I deal with it every day in my life. I'm getting off at here so I can deal with somebody. And I got to sleep, but I'm not going to. You guys are like, if you think about it for kind of a moment, if you share a moment with yourself, that person that needs you is you. Right. And you've grown, you've gotten stronger, but they're not, and they need you. So, you can do it one person at a time. You can do it like in a documentary, or you can do it worldwide, and right now we've got the DOD saying we're real. What are you going to do with that? Individually, Dave, Nicole, what are you guys going to do with that individually when you go to sleep at night? Mull that over in your brain.
It's like when Grant and I talk about if we'd win the lottery, what would we do differently? It's like nothing. Throw it in the bank and keep on doing what you're doing.
You just look, we just won, but
Right.
Don't let this opportunity pass. You cannot let this opportunity pass, because if it does happen, and the way I see these things, they're going to drop this and then it's going to move on. If you don't take this opportunity right now, they're going to pass it up. They're just going to pass it up.
We need you.
We need you. That's right. I just filed my taxes.
All right. Night, guys. Night, YouTube. Thanks for tuning
Nicole.
in so late.
Take that into thought, guys.
Nice to see you all.
Yep.
All right. Nice to see you guys. Eric, I'll take you out, bud. And John, thank you for coming in. No worries, always appreciate you, buddy.
Yeah, sorry, but I was tongue-tied for a bit there. I thought I could not remember for the life of me whether or not Gary Nolan had actually come out and said it publicly that he was releasing that paper, and it suddenly dawned on me, oh my God, have I just put my foot in it? But there we are. There's a paper.
I challenged him last night.
It was, sorry?
I challenged him last night on my Dave 101.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
To do what?
Release it. Release your info.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No,
Release.
It's coming. It's coming. It's him and Kit Green, from what I can gather.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Absolutely. Well, my friend, I'll let you guys go. You go get some breakfast and some coffee in you.
Yeah. Get some sleep, Dave. Nice one, mate. Speak to you soon. Cheers now. Bye.
Later, buddy. All right. Then it was me. What a great show. I I don't know if you guys have checked out our swag lately. We've really really updated the choices recently, and I think you guys will really like them. And we'll go like that. And I'll show you here momentarily. In a second, we'll get an update here. Oh, geez, I want to add that to the stream. Give you a little look-see here. Don't forget, there you can get your El Ovni Volador shirt for every wrestling fan right there. Look how beautiful that is. Right? Even though the guy's a real prick. I love this one. This is our nice hot sauce. Dogman hot sauce right there. That's kind of cool. What else do we got up here? Showed you the Science Bob ones. Let's see here. I like this one. For the ladies. UFOs and tacos. Doesn't get better than that. Does not get better than UFOs and tacos. And our concert shirt series. All right. This one I like. Hold on. Come on. Give us a... I don't know if you can see that properly or not. World Tour 97, the big Phoenix with the 2 triangle guitars, the Flying V's. Yeah, we got some cool stuff. All the links are at spacedoutradio.com/shop. So I'll type that into the chat room here. That'll take you right to it. Go get your swag. This one's for Triple Ack in the UK. Fear the Beard. Right there. It's amazing how an alien head looks very steroid monkey-ish. Little Decabalin in his workout. Got some cool cups. Like that right there. And there's the t-shirt version of UFOs and tacos with nothing on the back. So we got it all in the front. I love this one. Carl playing guitar. I just sent that one to Bumblefoot. And if you need a new Merle shirt, right there, there's the new Merle shirt. I'm going to make more colors of that one. Let's make some more colors of this one. Oh, that looks kind of cool. No, too dark. Too dark. Yeah, we'll do a pink one. Too dark. Yeah, we'll stick with that one. Let's do that one. Oh, that looks terrible. There we go. We got to publish this. Hold on. By the way,
Shelley, can't help it, Dave. I have to ask. This has nothing to do with you, and he knows I'm talking to him. So are you just going to monitor, or why don't you just let me I don't know. Okay, it has nothing to do with me. So whoever, that's what it's for. For those of you in Las Vegas at the Golden Nugget, April 22nd and 24th, we are having the SOR fan party. And please feel free to check it on out if you want. Come on and join us. We would appreciate it. And if you want to check out our stuff on our store, go to spacedoutradio.com. I'll show you how to get there. Oh, damn it. I closed that window accidentally. Just go to our website. What a handsome devil here. Just go to shop right there. Second tab. And there it all is. Right there for you. Got the Bigfoot beanies. Even got running shoes. These are kind of badass. Those are kind of badass. That's the outside right there. And then the inside's right there. You can remote too. Oh, my brain's too gone to remote view tonight. Yeah. We got all the cool stuff. The Lip Blade t-shirt. Hoodies. Speakers. Pet tank tops. If you want to dress your pet in our gear. Water bottles. Team Lazar t-shirts. I just got mine of this the other day. This honestly looks pretty badass. Right there. I'm liking it. I'll keep creating it if you guys buy. I'll keep creating because I'm actually having fun doing that. You're insane, Thomas. How can you keep the lights on? YouTube. Come on. Let's see what's happening in Namibia right now. Oh, a horse. Hello, Mr. Horse. 2 horses. Son of a gun. Look at that. Gonna get a little drink from the pond there. That's kind of cool. Yeah. Go all the way to the African cameras to find a couple of quarter horses. Gee whiz. They are handsome looking horses, though. And it is 25 degrees out Celsius. So about 74, 75 Fahrenheit. Sorry. Trying to do a bunch of stuff at once here. Oh, hello, Mr. Horse. How you doing? Come on, give us a close-up here. What? You can remote to. Hold on, I gotta figure out this Shelly stuff here. Okay. Oh, hello. Hello. I can't help it. I have to ask, and this has nothing to do with you, and he knows I'm talking to him. So are you just going to monitor me, or why don't you just ask me? Yes, I can see. I'm not remote viewing you, Shelley. I haven't remote viewed you at all. 100% have not. I don't do that to people. Well, let's block the porn camera. No. I was at work today. I don't remote view from work. The last time I remote viewed, oh goodness, probably a couple weeks ago. That was for somebody else. God, these porno things are horrible. I don't really remote view. I astral travel. I don't do it often enough to be good at it, though. All right, let's go check out another camera here. Let's see what else is going on in the live section. See if we can. Where's my live button? There it is. Let's try Tembe. Nothing. Well, there's something in the background way over there. Some Springboks. Yes, I can remote view. Like I said, I don't practice remote viewing, and to be extremely accurate, you got to be doing it a couple of hours a day. That's boring, this one. Let's go to this Africam. What's happening here? Some sort of eagle's nest right there. Jenster, what's going on? Well, that one's boring. Let's go here. Come on, give us something. Give us something. By the way, Jack Vale Live. You ever want to see funny? The Oliphant River. This never gives anything. This is just a big pan of nothing. Oh, looks like it's raining there a little bit. Boring. Boring. All right. Where are we going next? Got there. I don't do the explore ones. Rosie's Pan. Oh, they got a snake on there today. Oh, that snake is back. Look at that size of that son of a bitch. Windy there. Holy cow. That's got to be at least a 10 to 12 foot snake. Look how thick that sucker is. Holy cow. Ah, terrible. Let's see what else we got here at the Africam. By the way, if you ever want to see something funny, Jack Vale Films, the pooter farting at Walmart. That's funny stuff. Could the information or names have been provided to the government from the abductors, leading to the surveillance of the abductees? Could this have been part of the treaty signed in the 50s? Quite possibly, Vaughn. It's actually a good question. You're not messing with my show, Shelley. My show is too mature. All right, let's go. I think I can get to the other links through here. Hold on. No, let's go to Africam. This is where we need to go. Okay, we've checked that one. That sucks. That sucks. Giant snake. Let's check the cat eye. Nothing going on there. What's the next one? Such a nice pond. You'd think you'd get something there. Nothing. I will do that for you, Jenny. Shelly, I got nothing, man. It's 1 o'clock in the morning, and I've been working since 9 this morning. What's that? 16 hours. Kempfer's Dam. Oh, we got some birds. Oh, what's that? What's that right there? Come on, be an alligator or a hippo. For the love of God, be something evil. Oh, it's a bird. Oh, what's that over there? What's that? Nothing. Lisbon Falls. This is kind of beautiful. Look at that. See how it looks like a wedding? You got the man and the woman right here. I like this one. The man and the woman. It's like they're getting married. She's got her veil over her head. At least that's what I see. Total pareidolia. Here's the man's head with his shoulders. Did someone teach me how to remote view? No. I just knew how to do it after my experiences started. Tell me that does not look like a man and a woman, like they're getting married. I think it's beautiful. It's gorgeous there. Just gorgeous. Oh, that's a nice one up there, too. All right, let's go back to Namibia one final time. Horses are gone. The oryx were here a little bit ago. Here, we'll go back to, 8:15. So it would have been, what time is it there? 8:18. What do they say? Let's show it up here. Well, I'm just reading the notes here. All right. Gnu, foxes, jackals. That was last night. We'll go to this morning. All right. Hold on. There's an oryx. And the goshawk swoops down. Jackals at 9:13. Let's go to 9:13. See what the jackals look like in the daytime. I want 8:48. I want 9:13. 9:02. 9:07. Oh, come on. 9:09. 9:09. Oh, that's 9:19. Oh, wait a minute there. That's 9:23, so we're past that by like 10 minutes. Oh, jackals. See the jackals? Very cool. So that was the horses gallop in, horses again. Very cool. How would you proceed with seeing a few things you don't know what to do with info? Just log it for yourself for right now. That's what I would do. Write it down on a piece of paper. Talk to Eric. Eric's cool people. I'll find someone who can tell me if my brother is okay on the other side. Pam Smith, go to SamanthaMowat.com. Oh, Africam Tau. Haven't been there in a while. Let's go live. Tau is usually really good. Why isn't Tau coming up today? Where's Tau? Yeah. That's looking good right there. Got the wildebeest going in there, aka the gnu's. Holy cow, that looks like a warthog right there. Yeah, that's a warthog right there. The other day they had the camera pointing the other way, and you could actually see the elephants in the background. It's kind of cool. That is beautiful. That is very beautiful. I'm going to go back to Africam here for a second. I wonder if Namibia Cam has any other cameras. No, maybe not. Where is Africa? Maybe they took Tao off the air. Oh well. I gotta get going here anyways. I'm pretty tired. All right. I want to say a big thank you to Nightmare, Carlito, Vaughn, Bones, Flock, Tim, Whiskers, Dry Toast, Chris, Jay Beasley. Why do I have a box down there? Can't even read my own writing. Jeff, Doug, Rob, and Thomas for the amazing super chats tonight. Very much appreciate you. Remember, 2 weeks to Vegas. 2 weeks to Vegas. We're going to have a good time. After our show, Gemma Jade, John Hudson, and Big Willie come at you Saturday and Sunday. First weekend of May, right before their show, we will be having Jessica Jones Off the Trails, her cryptid show. And we will talk to you all on Monday, because that's what I do here. I'll be here. Come join me. Bye.